Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Cardfight Vanguard Divinez Deluxe Finals Arc Spoilercast review. I am joined by Zeta, my co-host of the Out of Pocket podcast,
Hello.
and our very special guest for this evening, ZRG.
Hi, I thought there were only 11 episodes this season.
I don't know what made you think that. But anyway, we're here to finally talk about the Cardfight Vanguard Divinez Deluxe Finals arc. This is the continuation of the Divinez Deluxe arc that we just had 3 months ago. Basically, this is the part 2 of that storyline. So, yeah, I think we're gonna start by kind of giving out for like a brief impression on how we felt through the season. I'm gonna start with Zeta.
Season overall, not great. Like, it needed a bit more focus. Which is weird for a season that's only about a tournament. Somehow needed a bit more focus. There were definitely coming out of it. I realized there were definitely some characters who probably should not have been anywhere near these past 2 seasons. And despite their presence and love in the community, definitely drag things down no matter how much people are going to say otherwise. We'll get to that later. I'm being respectful in this portion, in this segment.
He's talking about Mirai.
Oh, it's not just Mirai. It'd be sexist if it was. Anyway. My hate is equal opportunity when it comes to this season, alright? Point being, I feel like there was a clear lack of direction. No, it was a season of two minds. It wanted to be a conclusion to a lot of things. It also had a very clear plot through line, and I think it got a little mixed up towards the end. But overall, 6 out of 10.
Okay. Tristan, you want to go next?
Cardfight Vanguard Deluxe. Divinez Deluxe Finals. Fuck.
2.5. Why are we here?
Is a very complicated season to me. It comes off the back of the first half of Divinez Deluxe, which I thought was like fairly all right, all things considered. Mainly just because we got to have a deluxe full of actual characters as opposed to the Will+Dress one, which I thought was pretty cool. And some of the character stuff that they do, particularly with the mid portion of the arc, I find I'm a pretty big fan of. But I do have to double down on what Zeta said about it feeling very confused in what it wants to do. Like, from the tone of the OP and all of the unique EDs that they have done for this season, very evidently pointing towards, oh, is this just like a major send-off for this cast before we launch off into something new, only for them to be like, JK bitch, here's another clash. It took so much of the wind out of the sails for me in terms of like what I thought this season was trying to do. And ultimately it's just when the crux of your season is a tournament arc, I should not be more invested and entertained by the episodes that happen outside of the tournament itself. Which is really my way of saying the Yuna Kyoma episode was the best one objectively.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think 6 is like I think a 6 is about where I would sit with it.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess it's my turn. The Divine Lux finals is fine. I feel like over time it will get a reevaluation to be like it's to be like I feel like a lot of people were upset about this season. I feel like a lot of people were upset about a season that was just fine, but I think overall I I think the best way I can put it is this. Divine's Deluxe is a car. I think the thumbnail will speak for itself. Divine's Deluxe is a car that I'm messing up the analogy. Excuse me. Divine's Deluxe is when you wake up from a long day of running errands, doing a lot of work, and you felt fulfilled. You were like, hey, I got it done. It was a lot of work. It was grueling, but I got it done. And then you wake up, have to go to work, you're running late, you get in your car, only to realize you have about a 12th in the tank. You are basically at $10 worth of gas left in your tank. And you gotta make it to work and you're already running late. That is what this season kind of is. It is effectively we all the gas, but we forgot to actually refill the car before we came to the situation. Now we don't have enough gas in the tank left to get us there. There is gas in the tank, but in order to refill it, we have to get the break. It's either we have to keep going and pray that's enough and have to deal with it after work, or we have to refill it, risking being late. And if we're late, who knows how our boss is going to react. And I feel like that's kind of what happened. It's like we stopped for gas, got it, and then made it there, but we just walked into our boss saying, docking us some pay and saying, hey, you gotta do a bunch of extra work. And it's like, ugh. And it's just disgusting. I'm not sure that's the perfect way I wrote that analogy, but it is what I would say. I think it's just kind of like a 6.5.
You sat at the 0.5 there, huh?
Yeah, I think it's okay. Like, it's just, I mean, considering I probably have bumped down Divine season 2 to like a 5, maybe I'm being a little too lenient.
Fair.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. Unfortunately.
We started, I mean, to be fair, we also started off on a freaking 9, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I am so pissed that we had never been more back. What the fuck happened?
Look,
the tragedy
I'm
of
gonna
having.
say it, all right? I feel like season 2 is a perfectly. This is a funny thing about Divines, right? I feel like season 2 would be much better received if Divines Deluxe didn't exist, and I feel like Divines Deluxe would have been gone down better if we didn't know about this next season. This is the Divines problem. Each story arc makes the previous one worse in retrospect.
I disagree with you because we didn't know about Divine's Deluxe till the end. The train wreck already happened. The train wreck was 3 episodes before the finale. We were already in an issue. It was not because the previous season existed.
Am I the only one here that just like outside of the whole Q1 catastrophe doesn't mind the second season?
To me, it's not Kuon. It's not just Kuon. It is also Sibylt and now. Like, the more I think about it, the more I go, yeah, I like, there's just a lot of convenience. Probably too much for a casual audience to take, but I was able to deal with it with that flashback episode. But then now gets turned into an evil antagonist, which is so funny because usually like the joke of being evil, if evil, why hot? And it's like the funny thing is like, oh, Sybil now wears more clothes than regular now, which is a whole different thing. I don't know why he brought that up, but it's like the whole thing of like Sybil and how Sybil is handled in the entire show. It's like Sybil is very like funny. And then you get to the end of the show, it's like, but I don't know anything about you except for like this last like 10-second like flash of like the information I'm supposed to build off of that. And it's like, if you didn't,
It's a weird case.
and then it's like you go back and you find out, oh, here's the actual backstory of the main antagonist of the show up to that point. And it's some of the best written Vanguard lore stories they've done in the past 15 years. It's compelling, it's tragic, and it makes a lot of sense. You wouldn't know that the reason Sybil despises Akina is because he reminds her too much about her partner, Sparrow. And that entire like trauma induction that proceeds to happen, right? It is so frustrating because like Sybil in the entire overall media is a great antagonist. Sybil in a 12 to 13 episode TV show that most people will only watch for the cards and then not actually go and look for any supplemental material is a nothing burger that takes away the agency of one of the other like main leads, and she does nothing. And it's all in the last 3 episodes. And then you also expect me to want to actually believe that the Destined Ones are actually all going to be like vibing together and like give their power to Kuon all of a sudden, despite the fact they have actively kind of ignored each other. Like Jinky couldn't trust the Destined Ones because they were all under Sybil's control. Everyone else is more angry and more amplified in their emotions. So like they couldn't actually communicate with each other. They didn't have that drive to Now's tournament and then have a beach little like after party. They didn't have that moment where they go to the card shop and hang out with each other. They didn't have any of that to make me believe that Kuon was going to get some backup from his friends. You've carved out the meat of your main antagonist, and then you turned your cash cow into a damsel in distress. And which, by the way, the one thing you are right about how the previous seasons kind of ruined everything else is that they keep trying to find ways to make her useless.
It's crazy.
Like, I had a video that was gonna be like, oh man, maybe they are gonna actually like deal with Now's issues. They don't touch shit. like that was the biggest thing. I'm like, I don't even have any meat for this argument to make sense now, because like I want to at least have like a tease of, okay, here's something else going on. Nope. We'll get to that.
Am I just like making up a reality in my head where Now got off-screened by Guy? Did that actually happen?
No,
I remember her getting off-screened by someone at some point.
She got off-screened by Wei and Guy, because the tie was supposed to be because the tie needed Erica, Guy, and Now to all be 1 and 2. So that they had the draw at the end of the last season.
Okay.
Which, when I said there are multiple characters in Divinez Deluxe that needed to be away from it, it wasn't, when I said it wasn't just me, right? I'm talking about the Aura 4. The hype moment 4 ruined these seasons.
Please, for the context of everybody, explain what the Aura 4 is.
Megumi, Mirai, Raika, Michiru.
You mean the dress characters?
Yes! I mean, Guy's also there. Not all the dress characters.
Yeah, so about how I said I thought there were 11 episodes this season, I genuinely forgot Mirai and Michiru had a fight until I opened the playlist.
Which is so funny, because I got the playlist up right now, and I'm looking where that episode was. That was episode 3.
I know!
Like, listen to me, alright? What did any of them bring?
Episode 1 was literally nothing, and you somehow forgot the 3rd episode.
I know! I just...
Like, hear me out. What did any of them do this season besides Mirai sandbag Now out of a tournament? What else did any of those 4-3-4 do?
Which is so funny, because it's like, bro, remember when we did our predictions for how the tournament would go out for top 8? I was just not expecting them to choose the worst option available. Because every other fight at least had some sort of emotional impact. When that top 4 came in, it was like, what the fuck is going on? This is the most bomb trash top 4 in the franchise history, because none of these characters have any like actual rapport or any like real real. I'm trying to think of the phrase.
Mirai had no arc. Megumi's arc was mostly could have just been Ruka's. Raika's arc is an aborted plotline that keeps getting resurrected every few months. And Michiru is not a character.
So I feel like we're also kind of adding in like season 1 that they're like, for the record, like I think
season 2 doesn't work without season 1.
I mean, yeah, obviously, but I mean more like how I'm trying to say this. A lot of why season 2 doesn't work is because season 1 was just much better, and 2, again, the analogy of there wasn't enough gas up in the tank to get you to where you need to be after the long break, after the nighttime of falling asleep and waking back up.
Right.
Because
I do want to say season 1 was that much better, IMO. Like, it was a better structured season.
there were
It was more of a tournament arc, but
compelling
unfortunately, it's
fights.
still a tournament arc.
I think the issue is like there were more compelling fights in season 1
Right.
because we had let me go back to season 1 for playlist. We had we kind of had the getting into the actual tournament. We had the reveal of Suzune as being the third rising star. That reveal happens, and we know about the Raccoon family. We have the King fight. We have Erica now, which is pretty interesting, where we get the reveal like, oh yeah, she's still actually using Varga Rakshasa. We have Michiru's backstory, how he woke up, and a hint towards Ruka. We have Darkness. What was Darkness in Chains again? I completely forgot what that fight was about.
Was that not Megami and Suzune?
Yeah, that was Megami Suzune. Yeah, that's right. I love how episode 9 doesn't have its actual title on there. We have the backstory. I think everything started to follow. We'll talk about episode 10 of season 1 of last season for a second. But I feel like everything kind of started to fall apart because of how people interpreted episode 10, which was the Kagetsu backstory and the reveal of Ruka. We had the Suo Suzune fight. I don't remember what fight was. Oh, episode 9 was, that's right. Episode 9 was Akina versus Raika, and that was more kind of I took that as more of the this is Raika looking at Akina the same way he looked at Yu, but the difference was in how Akina answered him compared to how Yu answered him in their first meeting. And it, if you look at that from that way, it makes a lot more sense. Then you had the two-parter of the final round where everyone's just kind of speedrunning their fights into the Kagetsu Akina fight.
I feel like for me, I think the breaking point with season 1 was maybe like once you realize Suzune's not making it to the top 8 because the laws of plot demands Will beats her and knocks her out the tournament.
That too?
Because it's like, we were doing this thing again where we're having a tournament arc and we're introducing new characters for the tournament, and and they're not making it part of the tournament, so their entire plot point here is not going to matter because they're going to vanish or become irrelevant in about a few episodes.
Now,
like we've done every single time to the tournament in D.
Well, here's the difference though. There's still a chance for Suzune to be relevant in Genma, whatever it's called, in the next year, because of how that isn't just a regular tournament arc. She can still be relevant considering that whole thing. But then again, they were the same people who like teased that Sam was teasing some sort of like door opening up, and we ain't seen that brother in 2 years, so I don't know. So who knows?
They remember that time they introduced like 5 new characters for the first time we did this deluxe nonsense, and only one of them made it out of there for a filler episode?
Yep. But that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I think season 1 had a lot more compelling storylines to it than the second half of it did. And that, again, kind of depends on how people interpreted episode 10. Because it kind of mostly comes back to Ruka and Michiru. But before we get that, let's actually kind of take it like episode by episode. So if we start like at the beginning, we have kind of this, we have Path to the Strongest, which is, the kind of like set up the, everyone's taking like this week or 2 week break in between the deluxe for some reason. probably because like, hey, listen, we could have this whole tournament wrapped up 2 days, but y'all just want to take a break real quick. Like that's my,
which is kind of funny.
which is cool things. Like, why on earth are we just not finishing off the?
Right, because it gets really dumb once you get midway in.
Yeah, it's like, why are we just not starting from there? Like, why are we not just having like a core break, or like say, hey, you get 1 day, take care of what you need to do. Like, we'll do it in next weekend because we've already burned up all the weekend timeline. We'll start next weekend. You got like 1 week to prepare, and like you just have everybody just kind of getting like things in order instead of just kind of. It's weird. It's like the setup for it being like Akina, like the thumbnail being Akina and now back at their job when they're in the middle of a tournament arc is just kind of crazy. It's like we're already starting off with just breaking off the.
And nothing that happens in that diner scene is actually relevant to the plot. Now, the more you think about it.
Nope. The only thing that actually matters in this episode, to be honest, is having Akini meet Sunjin Michiru. And that's it.
Man, at least Sung Jin-woo actually does stuff in this show, kind of, sort of, sometimes. Michiru's just there.
He sure is.
Yep.
It's like, I got Gojo's VA, give me money. I got Gojo's VA, buy my cards.
He's not Gojo's VA.
Shoot, it's not.
Gojo's VA is dad. Is the dad with that plays B Heroes.
No wonder they can afford him more than like once a season.
Yeah, Michiru is the from the same kind of like old company that Akina's VA is. Which we'll get to that part when we get there, but like episode 1 is like already starts off like when you think about hindsight, it already starts off weird. It's like, why are we just not doing the actual finals and actually just keep going? Like it's a pacing.
It's so poorly structured.
It's a pacing breaker from how we ended last season. So then we have episode 2, which is Ruka versus Kagetsu. I thought this episode was fine. I think it was nice to see Getsu kind of get a sort of closure, even if he didn't win. Because I feel like his story was kind of, he already had that bit of closure from end of last season, but now he gets like a second chance to kind of like get a true answer to what happened, and he gets it. We're good. Like we're going with the Monty style of fights. Like if someone's not important, get them out immediately. Which now we get to the forgotten episode, which is Mirai versus Michiru. I forgot his name. I forgot his name.
I forget his name all the time too. Let's be
I wonder why.
But yeah, we have Mirai versus Michiru. We have that fight. And to be honest, when we originally did like the first bracket for anything, the idea was that Akina fought Mirai. And then we have like maybe like Megami versus Michiru. And it was like a good idea because I'm like, it's also a callback to her fight in the first deluxe, which is like, her fight against him in the first deluxe, and be like, maybe she actually wins this one, or like an upset that's like, oh yeah, it's like to show that there's a lot more to her than anything. Like we've actually grown and advances. There's a storyline there that makes sense.
Right.
Like this doesn't really have a storyline. It's the two most popular characters in the Dress era fighting each other. That's really it.
Yeah, the most hollow fight you could probably have. we both fought Yu, huh? Yeah, that's cool. So anyway, Michiru wins.
Like, Michiru pretty much only wins this because Mirai already swept the entire 3-0, and we need to show off to Jewel Magnus. So it's kind of like we kind of already knew what was going to happen. And, you know, but
I think
sorry, go.
I think one of the things about this episode too that, like, granted, like, the matchup alone kind of made the episode forgettable for me, but actually thinking back to when I watched the episode, this is maybe the most, like, is insufferable the right word to use to describe half of Mirai's interactions with Michiru throughout that fight?
It's really bad, yeah.
I'm like, where the fuck is this coming from? It's like we're reverting her back to, like, early season 2 overdress Mirai as, like, a bit.
Look, the Divine's writers have a problem with incest that no one wants to talk about or will talk about. But I'm just saying it right now because the further we get into this discussion, the more I'm going to be proven right.
We could have talked about that back in season 1.
There was a serious incest problem in Divines.
Oh,
these Miyoto siblings aren't right.
Oh my god.
Hold on. In Divine, we could go all the way back to Dress, bro. Like, come on. I know. Like, come on. Let's be honest here. We still ain't forgiven. We still ain't forgiven him for that season 0, that episode 0 of season 2. I still ain't forgiven him for that bullshit.
Oh my god.
Like,
see, I think all of D might just be saying for because Cardfight Vanguard did here. Let's be real.
no.
Like, am I wrong?
Zax, be honest with me.
What?
How much of this did Kondo ghostwrite?
I don't know. Hold on. No. It's not exactly that because
they reintroduced a predator back into the ecosystem near the finale for no reason.
We'll get there. It's like, oh my god, I got a speech to beef with that. But that's oh boy. But yeah, it's like we just kind of like keep it a butt. Like, this has been an issue since episode 0 of season 2. I still can't believe. I don't know who wrote that up top, but they need to be smacked upside the head. What the fuck you mean talking about Mega Beast talking about I can feel bro inside of me? What? What? Who wrote that line? That can't be the real translation. And that can't be the real actual translation you chose right there. I bet I had to check the dub specifically because I'm like, there's no way. If they actually choose this, there's no way in hell I would be Lily Peach and still continue voicing this character. And they did change it. Kinda.
I mean, look, season 2 ended with Donji crying for Yu to help continue the family bloodline, alright?
Well, at least I know where he inherited being a bum from. Thanks to this season.
I can't do anything. I'm a failure, a brother. You need to continue the Momoyama clan. Climb up this tower.
Now the question is that a reference to Ruka? Is that a reference to Resident Evil? You be the judge.
I didn't hear the other one. The other name cut off for me.
It's like, now is that a reference to Ruka? Is that a reference to Resident Evil? You be the judge. There's been a lot of Resident Evil in this episode.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll get there.
Oh,
we'll get
divine.
But you know, they keep playing with this whole thing. Especially whoever doing these subtitles, bro. Like, somebody need to quit.
No, I have a feeling the subtitles are accurate. I think the writers are just on something. Let's be honest.
All right. But yeah, it's like Mirai just was kind of like weird in this episode. Like, I get it. It's like, you know, she still has some issues. She's still young, but she's also grown.
They have a self-destructor character to make her losing feel less bad.
It's just the fact that, like, of all the characters for her to feel like envious of, it's like Donji splitting his attention between.
It's him.
The guy that was like in an extended coma.
An intentional coma, by the way.
Intentional coma.
That's the entire issue. The ending of season 2 is because they couldn't get him out the coma the actual space and time before it self-destructed. He stayed in there.
And
why do we like Michiru again?
I feel like I'm trying to make sure I'm not misremembering right. Like, he very explicitly had the mindset of, I am going to play Vanguard in here until I die.
Yes. That was quite literally the entire reason, like, season 2's ending was there. It was to get him out of there. But they ran out of time. Why are we supposed
to like this guy again?
But they ran out of time because the system broke down right before they could get him out.
Like, bro just shows up, goes, I'm the strongest guy around. I have psyqualia. I can see souls. Wow, Vanguard, time to kill myself while playing Vanguard. And everyone loves me.
Like, he is... Like, we'll talk about it later, but, like, man... The more and more you can go to the season, the more and more you realize, Jesus Christ, Michiru sucks. He's a terrible character. It's not like a terrible...
Just like Donji in, like, season 2.
But like,
oh, right, Donji is actually kind of shit.
But, like, well, again, but it's like this. Donji was intentionally terrible because he was... It's like the payoff to a realization of, oh... You're the actual inverse of a Kai, which is like, Kai is cool, right. And Kai actually like understood what had happened. Donji couldn't understand what had happened. He ran away, mostly because he kind of had to, but also like even then, like he still fell into his same patterns. Like there's a reason why Donji's a piece of shit. There is no reason Michiru is the way he is.
Man, it's so convenient for Donji to find a Cardfight team that's role explicitly no talking to each other for any therapeutic reasons. Keep everything brought up. Do not bring up the past.
Which that will also be involved with another discussion later on, but we'll get there too. So anything else on episode 3? I guess
I think I'm good.
Yeah.
All right. So episode 4, Unfading Scar, probably top 3 episode out of both seasons, but that's just me.
Mm-hmm.
It is Suo versus Erica. It is. I think think this is where we had if there's like 3 moments that the levee broke on this season, this was like the first moment, which is just how people kind of looked at Erica for still not forgiving Suo.
Like it really does. It's really a philosophical debate of like, where do you draw the line with like, where does her woe end and this woe start, or vice versa?
I feel like that is just the big kind of debate. There is like, what do you do? Like, how do you as a character kind of like go through that trauma, kind of the access of trauma and issues, because like it's more than just Suo. Just there's a lot to what Suo in that other timeline did,
right?
Because not only did he kill 5 other people, he also like probably also messed up the lives of those families.
Right.
Because like they have to figure out what happened to their family. Now, excluding Masanori, because I don't think anyone gives a fuck about him.
I feel like
Masanori and
you needed to see more.
What's his name? Dang, I forgot bro's name. Taizo.
Yeah.
Excluding Masanori because he doesn't really have a family like that, and excluding Taizo because he was the only one who didn't go. Like, Nao's family is wondering where she was. A literal pop idol in the making just disappears overnight. And an already broken family, like Suo's uncle now's like, what happened to my nephew?
Yeah.
And in Akina's already broken household of family, then all of a sudden the nice kid, the kid who's working hard, just goes missing, who was the only part. It's like you could imagine, if I was Akina's dad, the imaginable thoughts I would have about what happened to my son. Oh God, did he break after having to work so hard to protect my to provide for the family, to make sure she's okay? Like, did he break and do something? Like, I couldn't imagine that being the case. Like, that is terrifying to emotionally think of that. Not just for her dad, but for Erica as well. Like, like Suo
I think the problem I have with this episode. Sorry to interject.
No problem. Go ahead.
I wish we saw more of that other timeline, right? Because like, if we saw any bit more, we don't know if it was like 100% similar, right? Like, how much of that timeline was different? Because depending on that, it really does change like moral grounding we have on this episode.
Well, I mean, we can kind of
if all factors were completely equal outside of Erica's like involvement in season 1, sure, go off, Queen.
I mean, we know.
But if we have a Suo that's definitely acting different, or anything else that's like,
I mean, that's kind of infer that everything kind of went well up, right? Because I mean, the thing is, right, Erica's involvement is the reason why Taizo was still in the tournament, because we know Taizo dropped from the tournament. So
which means Taizo never interacted with Akina, and all that interaction during Akina's growth in that timeline probably just heavily shifted. Probably didn't even happen.
But even
we're talking about like,
it's
like great Akina here.
Most of it shifted, but even with that, it still ended up being Suo versus Akina in the end. That's what we could probably infer that she got the information from Gabrielius, because he would have been there for every fight, so he would have known how everything went down. So we can infer that she had enough of a timeline from Gabrielius, who was also probably, which we know was also remorseful because he got because it accidentally killed a bunch of kids. But he needed that, but he still had to do it again because he needed that power to defeat Sybil, or at least to gain the ability to steal Sybil off.
Right.
Which I think we might see a bit of that future timeline depending on certain details we do know about the upcoming season. Well, literally do know. We might get a little more extra bit on that. I think going into things, assuming everything from that past time was pretty much the same outside of, Erica's involvement in Taizo. Yeah, no, it's hard to, like, it is pretty much like, I feel like this is probably the most complicated episode in the entire, like, D era. Or at least
like, we
one
can
of
say
them.
props to Swoe for like what he did that episode. Just knowing what had to be done, just like playing that role. Props to Swoe. It's Erica where it's like, oh,
Again, it's complicated. It's a complicated feeling because it's like you don't know how you would feel in that situation.
Right.
Because that's a very big situation to be a part of. You kind of don't want to be in that situation. But I feel like
Erica's arc in general is just like, I don't want to say, I'm going to say divisive.
it's divisive, but I feel it's also like the best written arc because it's compelling.
Yeah.
It's very compelling because there's so many pieces to her arc and her story that are very interesting and compelling. It's like even if you may not like her, like, you can at least admit, like, yeah, no, she is probably still one of the best written characters in the franchise. She always was. Which
And the series about selfishness in general, Erica's like, it probably encapsulates that the most.
Yeah. That and Link Joker Kai, but in a sort. Because there's no way you do what Kai did in Link Joker and be like, oh, you were trying to help everybody, weren't you? You were trying to be selfless. Like, nope.
Link Joker was a season. Like, looking back, honestly, this far out, it's like, man, you were really right on the hype of 5 days to carry your popularity to the season. Holy cow.
Anyone
Link
else?
Joker gets worse the further out we get. That's from ending that.
Also, nice to know that Gabrielius is just
there.
Is just here still. It's like, listen, we're not losing this motherfucker Fukuyama at all. Like, he's staying, damn it.
Either he stays here or they force him to make another Code Geass movie.
Oh god.
Another rabbit hole we don't need to get into. Any more thoughts on episode 4? Actually, what are your thoughts on Erica? Or would you rather wait till later?
I really do like Erica. I don't understand. The only thing about her that, like, the one thing that kind of annoyed me through, like, early Divine's Deluxe, and it's not anything, like, necessarily writing-wise about her, it's just, like, there is something weirdly off-putting as far as fighting is concerned, where she is pitched as being like this super bitch, like I won my fated clash in my timeline. That like on in the bizarre world of Vanguard power scalers, she is meant to be like an insanely strong fighter, or at least that's how she's presented. So like her getting, I don't know if even dumpstered is the right word in the first half of this deluxe, but like she only got in off of like the, what was it? The fucking like lottery,
Yeah.
Right.
like three-way tie.
Yes.
And
Divine's
it's like
power scaling
that
is funny.
that's the only thing about her that feels like a little off to me, is like,
Hmm.
especially for someone who's like pitched as trying to like be a pro to like find a place for herself
Mm-hmm.
in this like new world she's in. But outside of that, I'm perfectly fine with her. I don't entirely understand people being like frustrated with her and being like, "Oh, but it's like a different, like it's a different timeline, it's a different world. Like why should you be trying to bring in like baggage from that one into this when like that's not how trauma works?" Like you can't just, even knowing that Suo's life took a different direction as a direct result of your Taizo and like Akina's like actions, you see that face and it's still, oh yeah, this is the kid that
Ruined my
killed like
life.
one of
Yeah.
ruined my life and the lives of so many others. Like I really do adore this episode, and the way, like, I love how in my opinion justifiably like pissed and like angry Erica is, but I also really adore how like emotionally like understanding Suo is of the situation and being
Oh yeah.
willing to like take the fall for actions that he says like if I had won against Akina in our timeline, I would have done it again. Like
Yeah.
there's no reason to believe that he would have done otherwise.
Like Sewell was honestly probably like the standout for me in like the Vines.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
I fucking adore Suo as a character.
Which kind of makes me think like, or at least makes me kind of go like, he probably like what he probably was like we don't really get to see much into Suo's mind, but like we saw with the part one, whereas like he was very much like understanding of Suzune in a bit. Like he's like, I feel a sort of kinship with her in this feeling of being trapped and being chained. So it does feel like he does have, he kind of, like people say, like he's pretty much kind of like the big, like, going more kind of the autistic like ideas. Like he can understand. He just, we kind of talk about Mikazuki. Is like Mikazuki can understand. He just doesn't know how to
It's
actually, like,
getting out there.
he can't get it out there, right? It's like I feel
Yeah,
like
right.
Suo is the same. It's like that's also because just how things happen for him in his life. It's like how can I get this out there? And the only way I know how to do my feelings right now is through this game, is through Vanguard. And he probably has been thinking about what happened with the whole thing the whole time. Probably it's like I wouldn't be uh like if I was told, like if I finally came to my senses and remembered, oh yeah, I did in a timeline destroy this person's life and they've held it against me ever since, I would kind of think of that every now and
Mm-hmm.
then. So like him being like, he was probably like waiting for this match too. He's like, if I have to, like, I probably will take the fall here for something I myself didn't do, but I probably know in my heart of
I might
hearts
have.
I probably would have done it. Who knows? It's probably like, I don't think I even know if I would have done it, but the fact that if it means I can at least maybe alleviate something from this person who has been hurt and has been hurting for years.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was because it wasn't like Gabriel's came to her like a year later. It's like Gabriel's pretty much showed up like 3 years later to explain what happened, or like 2 or 3 years later. It's like when you think about it, it's like, yeah, no, she just showed up to explain what happens. Like, she had to go on for years not knowing what happened to her brother until the magical plushie showed it back up.
No.
Because there was enough design force back in the area to actually do another Fated Clash. Like, I don't want to say that what happened was that the community just didn't know how to emotionally like understand the episode. I feel like that would be like kind of like, I don't want to be like disrespectful, because it's like
I think everyone's just gonna be on different levels of like emotional like tethering, I guess, to it, and like
yeah,
intelligence, right?
It rides just a fine enough line where I can understand it being difficult to put yourself in the shoes of Erica. Like, it's far from a normal situation to try and relate to, obviously.
yeah.
So I don't know. I could
Also, I
go
will
in
say,
circles on this whole situation, though.
back in that quick bit about Vanguard power scaling, the power scaling D is kind of nuts. So if you think about it, like Akina just kind of upscales like mad.
Yeah. Yes, he does.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this isn't even a tournament after like maybe like after
But
after like Megumi, maybe it's like, okay, Akina's just kind of upscale to like F off.
yeah, there is one more thing you kind of said, is like about that power scaling. It's like, yeah, it's the issue is kind of like, it's hard to be like, oh man, she's like so great, when she fought against a AI, a blind girl, and the
A normal, it's
main
just a normal
female
girl, really.
lead, quote unquote, in her bracket. And it's like,
Yeah.
like, to be fair, her, like, I think the other issue is like, her lineup was also pretty strong to really fight against.
Yeah.
Like, if it weren't for the meme of Bob Sager actually being the best deck in the game at that point, like, straight up, I could have seen this go anyway. It could have been a 4-way tie, probably. In some, or like a, not really 4-way tie. You can't really have that, but it's like, it could have gone anyway.
Right.
Like, going off the tweet I saw earlier, it's like, when you kind of think about Erica's storyline, she wasn't chosen to be in the first Fated Clash. Like, she wasn't traded for Fated Clash. She kind of slammed her way into the second, and then found her way into, and then had to intervene in the Destined Showdown by a miracle that miracle unfortunately being Sybil literally tethering her to this realm. And even then, it's like she was still almost out the tournament, but just barely made it. In a way, it's like she is kind of like the true miracle.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like if you want to have a kind of thing in storyline, she got a second chance to prove herself in some way, and she made the most of it. Like, not trying to jump ahead, but it's like quite literally, it's like that final fight of the season is genuinely like only a battle of just straight will.
Like she's on some ass this season. Unfortunately, she doesn't upscale to Jesus.
Mercy was not on. All right. Any
Like,
last?
man, you may be
sorry. Continue. Sorry. Go.
She might have a lot of miracles back in her, but she just lacks Jesus upscale. Sorry. S tier, not whatever like triple S tier the pro tags are on. Continue.
So any final thoughts on episode 4?
No.
No,
All
I
right.
think we've pretty much covered all the bases.
All right. So
Yeah.
here we go. Episode 5, the second, or rather, the prelude to an issue with the storyline. We have King of Darkness, which is Megami versus Akina. This was probably the first genuine episode. Like, if there weren't any, like, if people didn't realize there were some issues, it was here. Considering it is out of the first segment, it is the least viewed fight out of the first five episodes. In fact,
This
actually,
fight just
damn,
doesn't matter.
Man, I
Like
wanted to
these
like
these
this
two have
episode.
nothing.
I wanted to like this episode more than I do, because like
you want to like it more?
I wanted to like it.
Like sorry, go on.
No, you're fine. It's just this. There's this idea of like, aside from obviously now, like they try early in like season 1, they try to like establish it as like Megami being as much one of the ones to help Akina into the game at a time when he desperately needed to. But like, not much of time is really spent on that back then to really like sell this as like, you know, the new blood surpassing one of the like like mentor figures.
Right.
Yeah, and I feel like that also is another part we'll come into when we get to the later fight, in a particular fight later, because it very much is like you can see that with how they portray something specifically.
Like, I wish there was like more going into this. It's just, man, look at all these old cast people cheering Megami on, up to and including her brother. It's like, oh right, we're making her brother a character again this season for like no reason. It's like, cool.
I mean,
And all that, this is some amazing pep talk and everything. But then you realize what show you're watching. It's like, oh right.
Yeah.
so the idea. So this is the Kobe mine was on for a while, which was the idea is supposed to be that Megami as a person has definitely changed. Like you could see it throughout the first half, and it's like she's definitely changed from how she was back in Dress, especially Will+Dress. God damn it! At this point, I think part of the issue would be wanting to really like this episode was that I just wanted something better than what she got in Will+Dress season 3. God, I hate. Oh, I can't think about it right now. But it's like I
Hey,
wanted more for
you're
her.
so crazy. Uniformers are fine. What are you talking about?
Don't. Uh,
It's a good, it's a good thing this is a spoiler cast for fucking Divines Deluxe and not Will+Dress. The latter half of Will+Dress.
I have never seen someone slap a main character with with anti-plot. Like there's no other way to describe it than Megami hit Yu with anti-plot.
You got hit with something. I don't know if it was anti-plot.
Dog's been here in the trenches and everything, and then she turns around like, "What are you? Huh? Bro, you're exaggerating. What? Chill."
God.
Like, so it does say something where I'm like, man. Oh, I'm sorry. Continue, guys. I don't know what I was thinking.
It is very telling that, like, I'm scrolling back through the list of episodes, and I'm like, wow, Akina's weakest fights really are the ones with the dress characters.
Yep.
Holy fuck.
He is John Divines. Get him out of here.
I remember at one point when I was like, yeah, Divines Deluxe is gonna be the fucking Shadowverse Flame equivalent for the fucking dress characters. Oh my god.
So that's kind of the problem here is like I don't think it's exactly their fault.
But you see, now you get what I was like saying though, right? When I was like, here's these 4 characters that should not have been here. Because they don't most of I'm gonna say the Dress and Divines cast, I don't want maybe incompatible is the wrong word. But it's something close.
It's more
their stories don't have enough crossover to justify this tournament.
So you're saying they actually did jump the shark?
Kinda, yeah. But like not even like a cool shark. It's more like they rode a tricycle and kind of like leaped over a baby shark in like a kiddie pool.
That's a joke, by the way. If you know there was somebody kind of said like the Vines jumped the shark because it didn't feel like it was part of the dress world or whatever.
Oh, I remember.
I can agree with that.
Don't worry.
Yeah, that's the context of the joke. Someone was saying that on
maybe
Facebook.
they like set the Vines in a different town. Like that is actually a problem. Like it should have been set like maybe like 5-10 years out from like Dress, and not 3. Like 2-3 years.
And then I'm immediately reminded of why Dear Days 2's story has to involve time travel just so Yuki can interact with the Divines cast.
Like, these aren't the same series. Like, you can go from like,
oh my god, I just realized
into G.
Wait, hold on. Oh god, I don't know why when I realized that plot line. I don't know why, but for some reason I thought that plot line was like she went back in time. I don't know.
No.
That's how it goes. Like I forgot she had to go forward in time. I'm like, oh my god.
Yes, sir.
So now it's just the question, okay, so then where is she in the Divines timeline?
Yes.
Well, see, once you just time travel into a story, you kind of just broke the narrative immediately.
Oh no. We now have to explain. Oh no, that means if they have to ever bring Yuki into the series somehow, they have to also explain how the heck they know each other. I don't know. To be
See,
fair, I don't know
things
how
worked out way better.
Now I was also thinking, like, wait a second, why couldn't we get Yuki in this deluxe? Also, what happened
And this,
to little Timmy with the hat that was playing Gandiva? Where he at?
see, Little Timmy with a hat and Yuki, I would prefer them over any of the Hype 4. Like, the less dress baggage probably would have been the better for this season.
You know, I hadn't thought about literally any of this until we brought up fucking Dear Days, but I am imagining a world where we could dumpster Michiru instead for Kanji from Dear Days, and I'm a little angry.
It was kind of that guy that just looks like Fabio in glasses.
Yes.
Yes.
He's the Fire Neo player. But yeah, it's just like, damn, you think about it, it's like, damn, Michiru, you actually do kind of suck, bro. But we'll get to you. We'll actually just get to you.
The problem with Michiru is that he carries Raika with him in a purse.
He carries him in a purse like one of those dogs. Oh no! Wait! No!
You know exactly. You know exactly where I'm going. You know exactly.
Oh no!
There's one other person carrying that purse.
Oh, it's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. We don't have to think about it for a few more episodes.
We don't think about it for a few more episodes.
I think it's very telling that we have hit this many tangents on the Akina Megami episode of all episodes. You think that's at all telling of what we have to say about the episode itself?
There's so many more tangents we could have about the things afterwards. We're kind of blowing through them a little too fast.
Okay, so you know what? I would talk about the whole thing with the Divine's dress situation. I think we can just kind of close this one with this. Like, I think the thing is, I feel like as an independent, I think Megami did get a lot of good stuff here. It's just that her opponent wasn't able to be played with because they didn't have that rapport to actually play around with. Like, she was fine. Her and Akina were not fine.
Terrible matchup.
Like, in terms of a storyline, there wasn't much there. And that's kind of like one of the key issues as we get deeper into the tournament is that
who do you pair against Akina in this tournament without like ruining the plot?
Everyone's gone. Like, we're halfway into, we finished the top 8. Kagetsu's gone, but we already finished the story.
Right.
B-Ray's gone, but we still have Michiru. Erica's there, but we can't have that fight here. Because
like, you put Swo in the tournament, Akina knocks out Swo, and we have to extend his entire plot line with Erica into another season. You can put him against me, right? That's it.
Yeah, that's why I was like, that's the one matchup. I think I went into our little discussion saying, like, we probably can't change this one because it's probably the most stable one, because at least it's like a build up to Yu. Like, if there's any like fight that's gonna have,
we don't need another Akina upscale.
If there's gonna be a fight that like mirrors Yu and Akina, it would be against Mirai. I feel like we could at least have more there. It just
Yeah, but now you establish that Akina is stronger than Gi, at which point everything else just falls apart. Which then puts him above, like, 2 tiers above Michiru.
To be fair, we don't even know how that matchup would go now. But any
Right.
final thoughts on episode 5?
We didn't even talk about the episode, no.
I, I, I really just don't. I don't. I can't fathom muster anything to pull out of this episode. And
Um,
it sucks that that's the case, but
at least she wasn't trying to. They weren't trying to imply some sort of lust over Donji. Damn, this episode just
Wow, making me kept in her pants for 1 appearance. Good job.
all I can say is that this episode really made me miss when her last major fight in the prior season was just attempting to pry Suzune out of her shell for an entire fight.
Yeah.
yeah.
Which I guess it further emphasizes the issue of who the fuck do you pair Akina into and make a fight interesting? Or tell any meaningful story. Especially because
Right.
all of I think that's the other thing too, is
Everyone has beef with everyone else. Akina's just kind of there.
Akina in the first half of the arc worked so much better because he was on the side, they would focus on him in the sidelines and actively
Learning.
learning constantly, absorbing different ways that people interact with the game. And that was endearing in a sense and was interesting to follow. But that's done by the end of his fucking fight with Kagetsu. So what else do we have to do with him here? Him being in that I don't know, finalized state as it were, going into a fight with Megumi could have been cool. The difference between Akina where he was prior to the fated clash versus where they are now, but again, they just didn't do not much of anything with the two of them
Prior.
to establish the sort of relation that they're trying to pitch here.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing. It's like they didn't do anything prior with Megami and Akina to then make this more compelling as it should have been. Which
I feel like it's kind of like a forced moment. This gonna sound silly. I feel like they were trying to recreate Colonel and Kamui when he had that whole deal with Megumi at the start of the season, and it's it just doesn't land.
It doesn't work because Kono and Kami were basically together in almost every episode in some capacity. They always met each other. We only were in the card shop, probably 3 times at most.
And even even in the first episode in that tutorial match, the difference is
it was
Kamui's kind of Kamui, and Megumi's. Let's be real, she's not Kamui.
And also, the match was against Now.
Right.
If it was Megami teaching Akina, I think that's kind of the thing they wanted. I think that's kind of the other thing. Is I feel like they wanted. I don't know if it's they wanted Megami to be a bigger role in the series, but because probably they didn't want to just have. They already had 2 dress characters in there already. You wanted to kind of scale back because of how everybody's reactions to the dress team was. They probably and probably Amanesu becoming a lot more busy, in a lot more whatnot. They probably scaled back her role, so now became a much bigger role maybe. In that
I don't know.
way,
I feel like the plan was always for Now to be the guy.
No, I understand that, but it's also like I feel like there may have been like a point for Megami to have a little bit more time,
Right.
which time is a important thing, which we'll kind of talk about later.
Yeah, and like, the problem is that like Divine Season 1 is kind of maybe the most focused Vanguard season.
It's very tight in what could
Yeah.
be done, which is something you can't say about any of its prior seasons, or heck, even in its later seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it is probably the most tightly written like arc, and I feel like that's probably because they were like, listen, we don't lock in, we're in danger.
People are still laughing at us about the naked brawl at the end of season 1 of Dress. We gotta start saving face here.
All right, moving on. Then for some reason they decided to take a day break, so now we have a 4-episode stretch in which
Meant to be in the audience. You gotta pay for gas money to get to this place. And the amount of time and the amount of screen time you're watching compared to the tickets you probably paid for are so low.
So we have, first off, the Gathering of Destinies. This is the continuation of the Destined Ones storyline, somewhat, to kind of give them a bit more. So this is a Yuna focused episode primarily.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, this is a Yuna focused episode, which was pretty interesting because I think a lot of people kind of were like, if you look at like how season 2 was, it's kind of like she was probably like one of the more well received of the Destined Ones. I know Kilma is a very well liked in some capacity, but if we're talking like more of anyone, like she is probably like the most well received out of all of them, just because her storyline is a lot more understandable, relatable. It's like, so she getting to shine is a great thing.
Yeah, no, like her, I did never in my wildest dreams did I think we would ever get a second Yuna focused episode, but I'm so fucking glad that we did. I mean, it's the fact too that I don't know. I greatly appreciate that the first chunk of the episode is functionally her just having insane social anxiety around the rest of the Destined Ones. And I almost feel like that kind of sells the idea that they they came together when they needed to, out of necessity in Divine Season 2, but it does kind of remind you that they don't know each other all that well.
But the show just points it out too. It's kind of crazy.
Hmm.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah, I think
So the fact,
sorry, go on, go on.
it's just the fact that of all the characters she could have gone to for advice, the fact that it is someone still within that circle, I appreciate a lot, because it kind of gets to pull double duty on fleshing out that half of the cast.
Yeah. I mean, also that it is like
yeah.
the adult in, I say adult, but like you know what I mean. The non-childlike adult in the room.
Yeah, there is an adult, and then there's Jinky.
Yeah.
There's adult, then there's Jinky, and then there's Senka.
I don't like Senka. I'm just saying that right now. I hate Senka so much. Get her out of here.
She's our gremlin. We need If there's anything
He's
we
not a fun gremlin.
not with that attitude.
And to her credit, I did. God, was it? Oh no, I think it was like right before her fight with Susanne in the first half of Deluxe, where her and Now have like that argument of like, didn't you put fucking like hot sauce or shit on your? God, what was it she put hot sauce on? Jesus Christ, I remember it being the most vile shit imaginable.
Look, all I'm saying is
Uh,
Sanka's like a really weird chihuahua relative to the rest of the cast. He just yaps all day about fighting, and it's nowhere near as fun as when So does it.
oh my god!
Yeah, she doesn't have much outside of that is the issue. They don't really do anything with her.
And it's really wasted that her and Swope didn't have a fight at all. It's kind of crazy. Just leave those two in a room and just leave them, and they'll be gone. Just leave them alone for like 3 days.
Oh, she was pouring chili pepper on cake.
Oh, oh yeah,
Oh,
that's
no.
diabolical.
Almighty.
No,
Oh, that's foul. Oh, gee.
Okay, I'm glad I didn't entirely misremember that. It was as horrid as I remembered.
it's like I know there's some spicy cakes, but come on, girl. How are y'all? How are y'all friends? Like, I mean, that's how you know they friends. You gotta at least be like, yeah, you're weird, but I still fuck with you.
The one redeeming thing, at least in the fights that Senka's had, is like she is exceptionally good at taking an L.
Right.
Like that's not even meant to be like backhanded. Like she comes out of the fight with Susanne, which was like, I mean, outside of the fact that they're two of the rising stars, and like she probably would have had an understanding of like how Susanne's deck worked instead of just running head first into luck instead of like holding the 20k shield grade 2 in hand. But that's besides the point. Look, it's a fight scripting thing I have gripes with.
Look, every Vanguard player turns their brain off against Lock. We've been over this. You saw the Vanguard community guy when they saw the word lock on the card. It's like,
Yeah,
they literally nerfed Messiah and people were still upset. They nerfed Messiah to the ground and they still said nah.
they try to open a door to their house and they get Vietnam flashbacks and they have to put the key in. All right. A lock?
But
People.
yeah, I really do appreciate Yuna getting something. I really appreciate the deaths. Like I think between this season and last season, it's very obvious that the writers know that that there's a lot of potential in the destined ones that they did like miss out on, but understand like we can
Yeah.
we can do that now, understanding like yeah, we can build them up now and it won't be that much of an issue. So I was like, yeah, that was really good. It was really fun. Like Yuna is a side character who is just exceptionally fun to watch. Any other thoughts on episode 6?
It's a good episode. Like, I like what they did here. Although it's like the exact part where like Divine starts getting that like of two minds issue.
Okay.
Where it doesn't know if it wants to be a series finale or not. And it knows it can't be. But we also have to put as many of these characters on a bus as humanly possible. And also say, do you have to actually make Vanguard your dream? Just so, just like put the idea in the people's heads as the further we get into the season and the further the tournament advances. Wink, wink. Like, get an episode on its own, but you can't help but feel
In the back of your
something's
head,
up.
something's wrong.
Right.
Is that what you're feeling?
At least that's my feeling.
Okay.
It's a good standalone.
I
And
think
you
this
remember
is
season 4.
I think this is especially relevant going into next episode too.
Yep. And speaking of
Mm-hmm.
episode 7, this is Ever Changing Melody. It is a match between Mikoto and oh god, why am I getting her name? Oh no,
Urara.
Urata. Yes, Mikoto and Urata. Thoughts on this one? Because I thought this was actually really good as well.
Yeah.
In hindsight, this might be because of Mikoto specifically, this might be in contention for my favorite episode of the season. I genuinely adore the direction they took with Mikoto, where like the message of not necessarily wanting to make something you enjoy your profession and like still
Very
wanting
important.
to do it as a standalone thing that like your livelihood is not contingent on. It's really fucking hard.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And I think what's also good is like Vanguard has tried to kind of make some of these arguments, which we'll also kind of talk about in a later bit. But I think this is the first time they actually got it right. Where it's like, you don't need to make Vanguard your everyday part of your life or make it some sort of like job or what have you. It's like, you can be fine with just chilling with it. You don't need to do all this. You don't need to all have to become a pro. You don't have to like force yourself to become something. It's like, you can just keep it there. And as her who is, her who's, an idol, she has a lot more things to do. She loves both, but it's like, do I want to push Vanguard up that way? Do I want to sacrifice my idol stuff for Vanguard? Do I sacrifice my Vanguard stuff for idol stuff? And it's like, I'd rather be the idol. And it's like, because sometimes they want to be like, I can be both, right? Like Taizo, right? Taizo's like, I can do all these things.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just have Makoto's like, I can do it, but I'm not going to push, to make them equal. If I just want to make casual, I'll be casual. I can still go online and beat some ass. But if I still want to do, but I don't want to make it my whole job. And I think that's like genuinely great. And like, that's the first time they've actually gotten that right. That isn't some sort of, I can do both shenanigans, some cop out.
I mean, I'd argue the Shinamon finale also kind of hits on that a little bit, because that entire last part is him going, I can do both. And folding. I mean, I think this episode definitely talks in a lot more of a positive manner, and not the cold-handed society beats the shonen protagonist down with a sledgehammer.
Right. Yeah, no, takes like Shin and Makoto are very, very welcome whenever you all have also had like characters like Taizo and Shion that are very much trying to pitch like fuck it. Like, at points, it almost feels like it's trying to pitch, oh, like, you can do all of these things as, like, an actual, like, message, but it almost at times feels more escapist than anything.
Yep.
Yeah, it kind of hits on like Vanguard's problem, right? Like, then that message also kind of coincides with like even like Vanguard has like plots its seasons out, right? Like Vanguard's always been like, we can be that cool card game series, taking things a bit realistically, but also we can dump in a ton of fancy elements and end of the world nonsense. Trust us, we can do both.
Mhm.
And you get this kind of like dissonant thing that we're having here with like the vines between like these first two and last two seasons. Like, you have to do both.
It will never not be hilarious to me that you have Michiru's whole, like, I can see souls thing. And then the moment they introduce Jesus into a world of actual human characters, they're like, yeah, no, that's like a condition. Like, you're just a little fucked up and quirky.
But see, Ururai is also fucked up and quirky, but she's cuter about it. So it's fine when she does it.
It's like, yeah, you just have like it's some like fucked up like
Yeah.
medical condition.
Yes.
Like, you're not allowed to be supernatural because you're on that end of the fence. If you were on our end of the fence, you could have fucking magic.
And then Zoc exists, and it's like, well, what about him? Well, we don't talk about him.
He's fine.
Really?
Don't worry about it.
Like, I think he's only talked like twice in the entire most seasons. I'm like, yeah, they don't want to address you at all.
like Will+Dress does not want to, like, did he not want to acknowledge? Will+Dress just went, oh, so we have an actual sidekick here. We kind of have the God Emperor of Vanguard just chilling in the background, and we're going to do nothing with this man. Because we realized it was a mistake to do that plotline. We are never touching that.
Yeah, it's just like the realization. Yeah, Zoxa kind of just was better than the AI.
He can solo the verse.
Like, genuinely, like, if you were to think like that, if we were talking about like genuine power scaling, and it's like, yeah, he whooped Taizo senseless. He won all these tournaments. He then beats Yu. He didn't beat Yu. He's not only that, he's the only one to have beaten anyone on Team Will+Dress.
Right. Like, if you're doing power scaling,
There's a genuine,
Zanza is a G-Next era character.
like, there's a genuine thing.
Minimum.
If they did like a knockout thing, there's a high chance that Team Will+Dress loses just off the fact that Zoxa probably knocks out at least Urara, and then Rika has to 1v3 the entire rest of the entire team.
Look, if they did a knockout style, it will look like that one episode of G-Next where, like, Bro just walks around, or Kazumi just, like, walks around and solos the entire cast off screen menacingly.
Oh my god.
You use just like, whoa, wait, what happened to everyone? Where'd they all go? And Zaku's just right there in the background.
It's time for you to go, Yu.
I will paint this next picture in your blood. Oh god.
I discovered this great thing called Psycholia the other day, Yu. Want to check it out? God.
Masanori guy, he made some good points.
What? Why did you say it like Austin St. John?
That's the craziest part. Zakuza took one L against Masanori, got a Zenkai boost and a godhood.
That implies that I don't know why, but I just thought like Austin St. John said about Hitler. I'm like, did you just compare Masanori to Hitler? It's like, what?
I mean, like, I don't know.
He's a fake Buddhist. It's not that far off.
And like, to credit where it's due, I have had periods where I have compared the uniformers to a cult and Helona as patient zero of the disease. So like, you know.
Oh my
And what,
God.
Megumi's the one survivor that's like, yeah, the cult's not that bad, actually. I just kind of didn't feel like it, and let me leave after a weekend. It's cool.
Again, it's a real good fucking thing. This isn't a Will+Dress podcast, or I would have a dedicated segment on how fucking wasted Helona Walker is.
Oh, don't worry, you might have one later.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
Oh,
It'll be right next to my segment about certain someone. Perfectly timed.
Oh, we'll be right next to my segment about the overarching problem connected to both of your segments.
Oh my god.
I love how we've just completely forgotten that Urara was in this episode because Makoto was so good and we just went on a super tangent.
So about how the core Divine's cast might have a little more meat on their bones compared to the dress characters. And this is coming from an episode that arguably had one of the stronger dress era characters.
Even the strongest dress characters is only equal to the weakest Divine's Masanori.
Oh, Kagetsu is in this episode also. I'm sure that's not relevant to anything.
Oh, see, Kagetsu's appearance in this episode is the exact moment things start going downhill.
Like, why did everyone all conveniently get ice cream at this one spot at the same time? I don't get it.
Like, Kagetsu just takes Makoto back behind a corner, who knows, hands her a card and then says, welcome to the cliffhanger zone, you're in the next season.
I've been pulling up the episodes in the background just to like skim through to make sure I'm not like missing anything. I'm like, they dropped this shit 22 minutes into the episode.
He literally takes her out of nowhere with no build up.
Like,
and then they disappear.
It's like, I got something. He's talking like, nah, I can't go with y'all to Wonder Hill. I got something else to do. That's something else. Hey, little idol girl, you want to come with me for a quick second?
Hey girl,
I already moved on from Ruka, all right?
Hey girl, you want to be in a third tournament arc?
So I know you didn't do anything this season, but you know, some reason
look, I'm saying Kagetsu bounce back real quick, okay?
See, I'll give you that. I'll give you that good shit.
They're like, we're sorry, we cannot animate your boss. We cannot get away with animating your boss one time after its retrain.
It's like, you get one. We gotta. You know how much bullshit they done put on that car? No, you get one time.
One. Yeah. Like, that is the moment that we're like, this is not the Divine's finale. We're still going. We are actually starting to bust half these characters, and the other half of them are getting their Smash Bros. Invitation letters in the background.
It's like, congratulations. You will be the last roster of characters we need left.
Right.
Like, we will pull the Mortal Kombat 3 and just straight up remove half the cast. The only way to save them is to enter the Spiral Tournament.
Hmm.
Bravo,
So let
Nolan.
that be the actual idea. Just, like the entire world is just eaten up, and the only way to save it is like the last 6 characters, including a character who just shows up. We will get to them.
Yeah. I mean,
Has
there's a
to win.
non-zero chance. Like,
Hello?
and they might just go, it's time to save the universe, Akina.
He's like, again?
Well, no, you went from saving your sister to saving your totally not legally existing girlfriend. Vanguard has no romance. What are you talking about? To it's time to actually save the world.
Oh, you know what? Let's actually talk about that. That's a good part we can go to. So are they? I don't know what they're trying to do here, because I understand some of the jokes are like, oh, you know, Erica's like, get with my brother, get with my brother, get with my brother, get with my brother, just get along, just get together already. You know, that's
Give
funny.
it my brother. I'm invoking Contract Alabama.
You're invoking what?
Give it my brother. I'm invoking the Alabama contract.
Okay.
He outright said that. Let's be real. Which again adds to the conversation we're gonna have later.
But it really is like, damn, like, this is why I also was disappointed. I'm like, I was like, oh, they're going to do something with now. It's like, oh, now is they talk about like, oh, now it's gonna quit the restaurant. Okay, that's when you start episode 1, and then they have like this like last kind of day together of like actually things. Like, are they gonna try and like tease the relationship here? Are they gonna try and do something? The answer is no. For now,
They are so chicken about this.
I don't know.
Like they are like waiting.
But I think this is like the part where it's like, again, like you said, like we were still confused. Like, are we going to get it? Because we're still worried. Like, are we getting a new season? Because like there's a lot of things that are kind of there. So it's like, did we just sideline now to just kind of become Akina's girlfriend? Just have him end up having everything he ever wanted? Is that just the play we're doing here at this point? Are we just gonna ruin our entire cast because we want him to be the golden child this badly?
And then we get the information we get, and I have a very decent prediction as to why they're doing all what they did.
Well, we'll get to that prediction later.
Yep. Later.
So
but yeah, no, it's really awkward. It's like, let's have these 2 episodes of these people going on a date, and we're just like,
oh, but they're not actually on a date.
No romance.
But we're not actually on a date. No, it's like, what? Y'all literally are going around praying with each other, getting some ice cream. Like, listen, I get it, but listen, I know it's like, oh, you're going friends, but it's like exchanging charms. Like, listen, I get it. You know, friends do that thing too, but it's like you can't do that and then have Erica in the background creeping around trying to psychic link you two to start kissing. Like, you can't have that at the same time and not have people get mixed signals.
And don't forget the special ending. That's just them getting cock blocked at midway through. Oh, sorry. The friends have to join in too.
I do like Erica just kind of turning into getting her dragon side a little bit to come out when she saw Suo.
Right. I mean, that ending scene even made it more blatant for the ED. It's like, come on. You know what you're doing here, Bushy Road.
But, you know, I don't know what we want to talk about. Do we want to actually bring up the EDs at this point and kind of talk about them before we go forward? Because we're halfway into the season. What did y'all think about the ED idea concept of having like 10 Bane Dream bands make individual endings?
I think it was cool for a series finale.
See the prior statement.
This is a really cool idea for a final season.
Like, Oh my goodness. So here's the big thing about this one. Oh boy, I am tired of Bang Dream.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm like, I
A
think we're
crumb of
good.
psychic lover, please. A single crumb of psychic lover.
Like, please get literally anyone. Like, come on, how the heck Shadowverse gonna get Tatsuya Kitani to do a song, but we're stuck with the same band for like 5 years straight. Like, come on, can we get somebody? Like,
Look, we all know Bishop got the raw end of the Shadowverse still, let's be honest.
I don't know what they got in that deal anymore, because I don't even know what's happening anymore.
Jack Diddley Squat, that's Johnny, much like his idol, makes only the best deals and gets nothing in return. Only the best.
Hmm.
Only the best. We have Millie Parfait.
We have all our
What the-
Bang Dream. We don't need we don't need to import these other idols. All we have our Bang Dream.
What the fuck is a Hololive?
No, listen. I know what they would choose to do with opening or ending. No, I refuse Hololive. No, I'm good. I'm good.
You know, these whole other idols are pretty cool. There are some great things about this Calliope Mori
Oh, Jesus.
and her hot Japanese fire. I think it'd be pretty great for a Cardfight Vanguard ending.
You carve out your earlobe.
God, which would be worse if she got an opening or an ED, or if she got an insert song, like it's a character's theme? I don't think I could handle that. That would be like being shot.
Listen. Oh, yeah. Let me put it like this.
Like, you just imagine
An
you get
entertainer.
a Mori insert song after like the apocalypse.
And then the main villain finally plays his great three. You just hear Maury's voice in the background.
Listen, I'll put this right here. I think she's fine as like a VTuber entertainer or whatever. If that were to ever happen, I'd sell my cards and drop this franchise. I could not handle it. I'd emotionally be good. I'm like, all right, dog.
Man, you know Maury's not that bad, but if she gets anywhere near my Vanguard, I'm selling everything. But she's not that bad.
Oh, that came off really bad.
I'm abandoning all my possessions.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That came off really bad. Just be like, if the song was like, it just doesn't, because there's some Maury songs I actually do like, but it's like I feel like you need to have like the right song. I can't just have her do whatever she did with the Suicide Squad anime theme she did. Like, I can't have that.
Vanguard, drop your Vanguard.
Also, speaking of things I can't have anymore, I'm sorry. I've been mulling all over it for 14 weeks. 16 technically. I still hate this opening. In fact, this opening got worse as time went on because it predicted the end of the show. It showed the end of the show in the opening. Like,
well, no. See, the final shot in the ending doesn't actually happen in the show, though. In fact, it's instead foreshadowing for the season afterwards.
Oh my god. Well, kinda. It does kinda happen, but not in the way.
Right. It's still built up for like the next season. Let's be real.
But also, like,
it's symbolic.
I just hate the song. Like, it's just not good to me.
It's too light for the kind of season this season wants to be, I feel like.
Again, this is what you said. It's like, if this is okay under the impression that this is the final season.
Everything about this season is okay if it's the final season.
Yeah, no, like I genuinely think when the song actually drops right as you get like the blackout cast and Yu does like the quick turn and like the soft smile before it drops, that hit with the impression that it was the final like divine season.
Like,
and I'm like, okay, I get what you're going for here. I'm like, even if I don't necessarily have the same attachment to the dress cast, I'm like, I feel things I didn't think I could feel about the entirety of this up to now.
But I guess there's one other problem though. Like,
yeah.
Since when does Vanguard end with a tournament arc?
Well,
what if we made Legion made a tournament arc?
I mean, that's just Divine Season 1.
Yeah, but
you know, you're right. When have we ended with like a match, but not like a full tournament? You're right.
Yeah, but like, that's the weird thing about. I think the weird thing about Divines, I think that's probably the problem with Divines as a whole. It has the weirdest curvature of any Vanguard season, like series. I mean, because it starts super high. And in terms of like stakes and everything, gets a bit higher in season 2. And then you get to the deluxe and it takes a sharper decline. Every other Vanguard season builds up to the climax, dips down a bit, goes right back up. The Divine fires on all cylinders. And the problem with Deluxe is like Zex keeps saying, it runs out of fuel.
Yeah, it runs out of fuel because most of it was already burnt in the previous season. Like,
right.
Like, that's the other thing. It's like, it runs out of fuel because it used most of the previous season, and then it's expected for this to continue on like nothing happened, despite the fact that we took a 3-month break.
Like, Divines is kind of like Divine Season 1 and Season 2 are kind of just a self-contained perfect story arc. Like, you don't like, there's no rising tension. It's just all action.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we never got the like initial build-up every Vanguard era gets.
But more like this is like,
just like Akane, we're just thrown into the meat grinder.
Which is fine. But what I mean is like if we look at the first half of this arc, it's like, yeah, we have the rising action, we have the thing, and we hit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we have the point, and right as we hit the climax, we stop, go get some lunch, go watch a movie,
yeah,
go play some 2K, fall asleep, wake up, and then we're expected to immediately then start at the climax into the following action and conclusion. And it's like, wait, what? Hold on. It's like there's no, like, we hit the top. It's like we're expecting we're expecting gravity to get us home.
Yeah.
It's like, that's not how that works. And if there's any season that has suffered the most, it is definitely this one, because a lot of the other issues with Akina in this season is also because it's been so long Like some people kind of forgot why he's even there.
Which is funny because I'm like thinking about the season in retrospect, and I'm like, Akina's character arc kind of makes perfect sense.
It does.
Like eternally, his character doesn't get worse. I think it's just because he's tied to the gap between seasons
Like
that it just feels like it comes off worse. Akina did not actually get worse outright.
no.
This is some crazy gaslighting for the fan base.
I think the issue is very much is that break time is like
Relativity.
that relativity is like
Yep.
when all you're hearing is "I love Vanguard," "I had this miracle," "I was thing," etc., over and over again. It's like it's not that his character got bad. It's like it's more of his character writing and some of his like in some of the way his fights go. Because you know people were talking about like, oh, it's just Refister, KO, and everything. It's like he's only had 3 fights this season, and he only got Refister at the end of last season.
I mean, there's some buildup though, right? Like, I feel like that's the other thing. Sure, Refister, crit, cool. But like, I feel like a lot of like Akina's like character and like progression and everything, like Vanguard wise, it's definitely like the start and middle of his fights, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, bro probably changes up and evolves the most as a fighter on screen, like visibly in the scripting. I haven't seen it in a while.
Yeah, because like
Like,
that
bro
was
actually thinks about his plays constantly and like actually like change things up for every like scenario.
and you know I will say we'll get to one specific one which is like both good and bad, but it's like he does do it. Like his character isn't bad. His character writing and his fight writing is stagnant. He's more stagnant because this is the payoff to last season for the first half of last season.
Right. And I think that problem is also he doesn't have a Jiva or like a Chronojet G or so on and so forth, right?
You mean a new Vanguard? Like a
Right. Like every protagonist gets that second Vanguard that changes things up. Not Akina so far.
This really is the case of what if Aichi kept MLB after season 1?
Literally.
Yeah, but I had a discussion in a Discord. It's like what also has happened in every season in some capacities. Like the deck's main Vanguard has altered in some way. You have
Yep.
right. You have, and it's like you can look back even at the original Vanguard seasons. Like you had Aichi, who pretty much like kind of went Blaster Blade. Then he had Gancelot. Then eventually he got into Alfred, but that's, you know, get ready. This is a time where you could swap Vanguards and for different situations, and it like be like, you know, that's the point, right? It's like your Vanguard can swap, but like he could swap Vanguards. Then he had Alfred early. Then he eventually had MLB, not including the PBD kind of like side quests he had, right?
Yep.
Then it's like you look at when he had Go Paladin, he had Pelennor, he had Ezel, he had Garmor, he had, you know, he had other bosses into even going into Link Joker, Gancelot, into Alfred, into, you know, into Alfred, into Gancelot Zenith, into, you know, super gunner Alfred. Right, even if they were old bosses, they were still switching up and making maneuvers because of the situation of the story that called for them.
Yep.
And then,
like I think it's just kind of just been frozen.
right, it's like you look at Chrono, right? He had Chrono Jet. Then he had that one episode where that one series like where he was like, I need a new grade 3 boss that I can work to because I don't have access to Jet. So I need a new boss that I can do to, if I have to go and fight without Jet, I can. which we had, and then he eventually got Chrono Jet G, then he got Chrono Jet Z. Right, the boss evolved with them, and it became the. What's also important is that it was the Vanguard. It wasn't a cross ride, because that's the real thing. It's like the cross rides in Divines are kind of an issue because
Yeah.
the Vanguard doesn't have to evolve. The Vanguard can stay on its own and then you ride into its evolution later. Whereas, for Chris Rain, for example, or even King Will+Dress, you can start on those bosses and be fine.
Yeah.
You don't, especially for but like what also was interesting is like Leo Draconis. Leo Draconis is a whole new boss, but it swapped the deck. Everyone's decks were changing with their Vanguard showing their growth, but Oculus was stagnant. It was just Rezio. Yeah. He didn't get worse per se, just the character writing and like not willing to give him something new, like you did with Yu, Chrono, Aichi.
Right. I mean, conveniently,
like,
there's also one other important character in Divines that also just so happens to have a little bit of boss stagnation. Wink, wink.
Like hell, freaking Shin changed bosses.
Yep.
In his one time. Akira has just been on Reziel, except for the first game he ever played with, where he was on Sabasiel with no effects. Like, if he was like, oh, I can play like Reziel or Sabasiel, but that would be interesting, at least. It's like, you still have that starter deck, right? You can probably just use that as well, which goes to another part later. I'm hitting this up like it's gonna be important. It's like it's not really, but we'll get to it. So I guess one more thing. Any final thoughts on episode 7?
I guess it's kind of creepy out of 10.
Yeah, no, I got nothing.
Okay. Episode 8, the Blackout backstory, which is the first time in a long time we've ever seen Tamari fight, and it's a fight against Ruka. And we also get the backstory of Team Blackout, how it began. I was like, damn.
This is not a bad episode.
No, it's not.
But it's a goddamn terrible Divines episode. Holy cow. This is an episode we should have got in Overdress season 2.
Or a teaser of it or something, or like
right.
a little bit more
or
info.
even like Will+Dress when like Donji was like training Yu and like Will+Dress 3. Like just sneak it in there. Anything.
So I think this sorry. Go.
Like this is like the worst placement for an episode like this. Like great. More development for Ruka. Awesome. Ruka's barely a character. We get some stuff for Tamari. She's a commentator. She is barely a character. Her last defining role was being like you use like ride or die at the end of the like Uniformers arc. Great. Why are we pretending Megumi's brother is a character? How many more addendums do we need to add to Donji's backstory?
This is more of the.
Like, what are we doing?
There's the last piece of Donji's backstory. Okay, fine. Here you go.
It is
God.
genuinely like, okay. Ruka in a vacuum.
Hold on.
I don't
Sorry.
what? What's
Never
up?
mind, sorry. I was gonna say, like, I think now I can kind of say this is the second part of why people started turning on this series, which is Ruka. So you can go now.
Yeah.
Like in a vacuum, having this like super like is airheaded the right word? It like free spirited
Yeah, free spirit.
character,
Yeah.
Free spirit, the manic pixie
like
dream girl.
almost yeah, like almost to a fault. It to some degree, but like it's you know on her own she's like fine, and then like you pair that in context of her being the inciting incident for like Kagetsu's depressive arc for like a whole chunk of his life. And then you step back for a second, you're like, so did Donji just learn like all the wrong lessons from like pseudo idolizing her in his initial time with Blackout?
She's a vortex. She is a plot vortex that only adds problems.
So so I think so I think, you know, obviously this phrase comes off very negative, but I think she genuinely is as close to a definition of a Mary Sue as you can get.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because like so much, like she quite lit the whole like 2 generations basically revolve around her. Without her, there is no Team Blackout. Without her, there is no Kagetsu being turned to a you know, being memed about becoming an incel. There's a whole other discussion we can get to. Without her, and because of that, there's no person for now to look up to in the way she does. And without that, there is no Akina having someone who can teach him the ropes to play Vanguard. And who knows what happens there. She is the inciting incident for both groups. And she's not really punished for her actions. Not that she needs to. She didn't really do anything wrong. But you know,
A character this important should not be this unserious.
I mean, I'm not against. I don't need to be unserious, but it's like this is a Mickey Mouse character.
Destructively unserious.
Yeah.
Like
That's maybe the best way for me to put it. Destructively unserious. Not intentionally.
yeah, not intentionally, because like all
Believing
with,
a tornado in your wake.
yeah, it's like a giant trying to walk through a field or something. It's like you're just trying to walk and just move and go somewhere, but you're still destroying the ground. You're still trampling everything around. You can't help it, and you probably don't even realize it. You're trying to be it, but it's like you're not. It's like it's still doing damage. And
Right.
that's not to say that Ruka isn't fun or, you know, interesting to at least see her on screen. It's just her story, and it comes to the context of everyone around her, is hard to kind of, you know, it's hard to really, you know, connect on that way, because like you think about it, it's like, yeah, Donnie was just learning she just kind of unfortunately arrived at a time like Donji was like, I kind of got nothing, and this is all the best lesson I got. And he just kind of
She should have been part of the Fated Clash. Holy shit.
What now?
She should have been part of the Fated Clash.
You're saying just kick Masanori out and just have Ruka?
No. Kick one of the Fated ones out.
Masanori is a fated one. And they both have the same nation.
Like, she needs to be in like Divine season 1 or 2 as like maybe even season 2, right? Have her mind get contaminated. A character like this, chaotically free and in love with Vanguard, is a perfect contrast for a super serious season like that. That's what the season kind of needed as like a counterweight.
I
Her now is a little too late.
I don't agree with that. I feel like she should have been teased earlier. I agree. Something brought up earlier, the idea at all, instead of just then kind of like shoving her into this thing. Because again, like you said, finale season for these two generations of D. Here's the origin of Blacked Out, who is by some weird emotional issues, is also the origins of the Divines cast.
Which is also really dumb retcon, the more you think about it.
Zex, this thought just crossed my mind, and I can't unthink it, and I have to put it out into the world for you specifically.
Go. All right.
Is Ruka Van Arkride? I'm just like, I've stopped and think about like how many connections she inexplicably has. Like, she inexplicably has to characters all throughout both sides of the spectrum to an almost comedic degree.
Oh my god.
I'm like, maybe it's the 3 a.m. talking for me. But like, I can't unthink that now.
I mean, outside of the reason Van did what he did early,
I'm just saying
shit,
in terms
right.
of like,
you are not wrong. She is she is female Van Arkride.
I just like how many inexplicable ties she has to so many aspects of both Dress and Divine. Like her having as much of an effect on the Divine's cast is what really throws me off for a character that is so clearly rooted in the Dress characters like corner. It very much feels like the equivalent of you getting partway through Daybreak 1 and getting the Van and Ren CG. I'm like, no, he was here and like an inciting thing for this character, surely. And I'm like,
God.
I'm like, really? I'm like, some of this I can understand, but others I'm like, you're stretching my suspension of disbelief maybe a little.
So for a slight spoiler / context thing, he's basically saying like Ren is a character who has been in almost every Trails arc, who's been in every Trails arc, but definitely almost every Trails game in some capacity. And she has a whole long story, but the point is, what he's trying to say is like, we're on the 4th arc, and you've introduced a character in a point in the time who reveals that they were in a point in a time they met this character at a point in the timeline, which was basically somewhere in between the 1st and 2nd arcs.
At a time where very explicitly they could not have been conceptualized feasibly as a character that would have been there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, that sounds about
wow,
right.
you're right.
Oh no,
She
I'm like,
is-
it's I didn't mean to take that off on a fucking Trails tangent of all things this deep into the season, but like,
you are right.
God,
It
Ruka is a character
been-
of all time.
she's
Like,
basically
out of all the problematic characters in Vanguard in this entire like the era, she's probably the most plot relevantly problematic.
because she kind of breaks some of the lore, or not breaks the lore, but it's like, how do I say, it's like she
Lights it
ends
on
up being-
fire.
she ends up being too much of a thread that is like, that was not there before.
Like, let me just take some like white out and like pull out a black mark, like. And then there was actually a 0th leader of Blackout named Ruka, and she was the greatest person of all time and enraptured all of us, and yada 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 yada. Sanji sucks, and so on and so forth.
It's like it's like multiple degrees of separation to both teams that are like, this is insane. How did you somehow manage this?
Also, the scene she was like hinted at was like so forced. Like, hey, let's talk about the first leader of Danji, right? It's like, no, actually, it was a 0th leader. Oh,
It was like, okay, that's fine. Then you keep on teasing them like, oh, Kagetsu had some like matchup. It's like, oh no, it was the. Then it's like, real. Oh no, it's the leader of Blackout. I was like, wait, what? And then you actually meet Ruka. It's like she's literally like the most goofball odd character ever, and it's like.
like I feel like the problem is that like Overdress season 2 really hinges on you believing that Danji's like the OG guy who formed Blackout, like changed everything, like made the whole rule about like, not talking about the past thing to avoid talking about his own past. Like the emotional tangent of season 2 of Overdress kind of hinged on Danji being the founder of Blackout
I mean, I don't think
to
so.
run away from his problems.
I mean, I don't think so, but I feel like it definitely hinges on something. And for what it's worth, in this episode in particular, I do think they at least try and write around it as best they can to be like,
Right.
we have to make all the past dress seasons matter and understand. So like, we have to find a way to make Ruka the leader, but it's like not enough to be like she breaks the previous seasons completely that she was there. And I think they do as best they can to have that.
Hey, have everybody told you about Char's secret doppelganger named Casfall?
Oh my god! But no, like I'm still on that Van Arcade reference. Holy hell! Like it just dealt damage. I'm like, wait a second. Like, so this is like, I guess that also doesn't kind of like beg the question, like, you know, like.
And for what it's what the problem with even me making that comparison is like, one of these characters has the better part of 200 hours to like pitch this idea in a way that like, even if you don't completely click with it, still works in enough ways that you're willing to suspend disbelief just hard enough to get by. Like in Van's case, this is like,
this is
you can't pull that shit with a fucking 12 episode season.
No.
Yeah, that's just. especially after 13 episodes of teasing the idea of this character. It's like you just, I've always said it's like there's not enough time. Like you don't have time. Like Ruka does not have time. Ruka has to basically I think that's pretty much it. Like if there's 3 things this season has to hinge on, it is you buying into just Akina's stagnation. You be like, all right, fine. Akina's the main character. He's gonna be stagnant for right now. It's fine. Because for this particular part too. Second, you have to buy into Ruka as a concept in the short amount of time you have. Like you can like Ruka, but it's like you also have to buy into how much she affects the effective timeline of events, putting her inside like the story. It kind of reminds me of Ruby and how like, oh man, you have you have the base story, and then you have like this reveal that there's maidens. Yeah, there's maidens that have like 4 special powers. From like an ancient wizard. It's like, okay, you know what? I could buy that. That's cool. But then you also have to then buy that, the real reason the maidens existed was because they're part of they're a defense mechanism for hiding 4 ancient relics away from the ex-wife of the wizard, who turned out to be your school's headmaster, who has now been reincarnated into a 12-year-old boy. Like, do you not kind of see how shit just kind of breaks down when you go through a bunch of degrees of separation and try to fuse it all together? It's like, whoa, hold on. Yeah,
There would have been a better way to introduce her. Holy cow. Like, maybe when we see, like, Toya in, like, Australia or whatever, just have him encounter, bump into her, and be like, who's this character?
Just like
anything.
Just Toya comes back and is like, hey guys, I found a cat. It's like picks her up. It's like,
I returned the original leader of Blackout. I am now king of England.
It's so funny.
Credit where it's due on something I can actually say I liked about the episode. If I flip my brain off and stop thinking about all the other shit surrounding her, her back and forth with Tamari in this episode is fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, it's really fun.
It's another technically well-written episode.
Like,
with an asterisk.
But I also said that about like half of the latter half of Will+Dress, and I thought I was past those days. So
like, I feel like these 3 episodes these like 3 most recent episodes we've talked about are good bucket episodes. Like, in a vacuum, these are some good old Vanguard episodes.
Mm-hmm.
But we are not in a vacuum. These exist alongside like other episodes.
We are 3/4 the way into a 25 episodes, like 2-part season storyline, rather. And then all of a sudden we're taking after having a already 3-month break to then get to the 3rd act of this story. So it's like, man, we really
You know, this will be another good episode. This was the final season.
Beginning to notice a trend.
I'm fine.
No, you're not.
Are you?
I've known him long enough. He
Yes.
is not fine.
Have I ever been fine? Let's be real. Like, I want to like these episodes,
Well,
but I can't.
well, let's talk about the episode I really actually did like. Episode 9. The long-awaited protagonist fight. Well, I liked Yu's half. Like, listen, Proof was right. Living Proof was right. They had to write Akina so good you had to forget all about the last time he was on screen. And I think they did that. But man, the setup was not at all
No.
good. It's like,
Man, my sister showed me your match on TV. I thought that was kind of cool. Fight me.
my sister has a crush on you actually, so I want to fight you.
Sorry, the short one, not the adult one. I'm sorry, you.
No, they both do. Like, Erica was right there. Was right there. It's like, oh my god, I get to see you in action. Woo! Just fangirling. Like,
You, we need you to save the Miyoto bloodline from itself.
how many blood is supposed to save?
All of them.
It's like, also, I'm not exactly, still questioning about what I really am here. Like, we kind of don't have an answer where that what exactly that aligns with, Like, right now, there's nothing straight about that boy. So you tell me to say the bloodline? I'm afraid about to look like a. I'm about to look like.
All right. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, there was. Sure, he just looks like a French pirate. That's all I got.
That's all you had. Like,
even I realize I can't say otherwise. I'm like, wait.
Sure, he looks like a French pirate. Yeah, I don't fumbled it all. Yeah, you got it.
I don't lost my own plot.
It's like you were trying to say. I think you're trying to like. Sure, he looks like a French pirate, but I'm like, no.
No,
like,
no.
There's no way to actually maneuver from that type of situation.
Right.
Like, you could have said literally anything else that it would have been better. But yeah, definitely, I was like, I loved all the Yu stuff in here because it's nice for him to kind of, again, nice closure for his arc in Will+Dress, to kind of like come to terms with some things. Like, yeah, no, I had to figure it out. Like, I was not, whatever I was got, I could not find it here. I had to go somewhere else. Also, it shows how many people did not actually complete the Dear Day story, because people were like, wait, he was in Paris?
Plus, you cannot pay me to buy a $70 video game just for important plot details about a main character that's at the bottom of my tier list. All right. Let's be real.
You say that, but you know good and damn well if they gave you that 50K check, you boot up their days right now.
They give me that 50K check. Once I'm done spending the money, I'm putting up Cardfight area on stream. I will go full Farfa. Oh, contract's over. Cool. Oh, there's all the Sims opening.
Like, ooh. Oh no, it's a virus. Well, it says to close it, I have to win a game on here. Well, since I have to.
Oh darn.
Oh no.
Also, I'm totally buying Bush Road stock in the next like month or so. I got plans.
I feel like I'm going insane. Wasn't this a bit the last time I was on here?
Yes, and conveniently, I also am getting a large influx of money soon, so I will actually be able to not make it a bit.
I mean, to be fair, the last time you were on here, this bit wasn't recorded, so.
So this time it's real.
This time it is actually real. I will have the funds to buy stock in Bushy Road. I can finally be the angry American in a shareholders meeting I've always wanted to be.
Anyway, yeah, just I liked the, I gotta say, what a upgrade to his deck. Either it's just two cards that aren't his, that are just still Jiva. I feel like they could still
all you
evolve
need
it later. But it also fits the whole thing of character evolving because his deck still has the ability to make arena forms. Evolution of the character through gameplay is still active, and it shows. It ironically is specifically the entire argument we were making about how Akina's deck doesn't really change outside of like certain specific conditions, whereas Yu's deck is always ever changing, like Chris Rain. Like Yu perfectly exemplifies everything we just talked about, and it's really funny.
Like, this was a good moment. This would have been such a good moment, such a nice fight as the final fight in the final season of a show.
It's just never gonna.
No.
No, I don't know about final fight in a show.
I know. I already know what the final fight of the Vines is going to be. We all know.
I'm like, I can appreciate what they've done, what they've tried to do here with Yu, but still be like,
right. The final fight with Akina, there's no wait.
I'm like, oh my god. Like, I couldn't even imagine, like, back in G, them trying to cap off with, like, an Aichi Chrono fight. That's saying a lot, because it probably would have done a hell of a lot more than that last Gize fight.
Yeah. Honestly, I do kind of like, I mean, I would definitely say I kind of really like the Aichi Chrono fight we got in like G next. Pretty well,
yeah, no,
like, amazingly well timed, chill. Like, it was just there.
Yeah, there's like
Felt good.
Like,
I cannot say the same for this one. Like, it felt almost obligatory.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, we have to check this off right now, or people are going to be mad at us for not checking it off. Cool, great, done. This actually matters to the rest of the show. We will say it does in another episode.
You mean the next episode? We'll get to
What's
that.
the reaction?
Well,
Oh god,
actually,
it was the exact next ep.
no, it wasn't next
Oh,
episode. It was two. It was 2 episodes from now.
yeah.
Sorry, I forgot Erica went first.
Well, no, this episode had the other line that also spelled doom for the rest of the season.
Oh boy, is this what
Hey, Erica, do you actually have to go pro and win the tournament? I'm Ruka, causer of chaos and destroyer of the show's writing. Do you actually have to win, Erica? Wink.
Would we like to talk about how that's functionally the exact same realization that now came to the turn before she lost to Akina in the Fated Clash?
This keeps happening.
It keeps happening.
Someone hears the phrase, do I act? Someone just gets in their head, do I actually have to win? And they lose all their points. Like, no one has ever once told Akira, I could also just wish for your sister to get better, you know? You have to win? No one ever went to Akira and be like, you know, you don't have to be pro to, like, you know, fight alongside now, right? No one gives Akina that you don't have to make Vanguard everything like pep talk. Everyone else got this season.
Yeah, but he's the main character.
Like everyone else gets hit with the you don't actually have to be here stick except for the main character. It's a little disturbing once you realize. Everyone else gets sat down for the talk except for him.
You know what? Let me bring this up because it has been pissing me off for a while now. Or, I can't say pissing me off. It's not that deep, but it's like, oh, how. You know what? The real problem of this season stems from the exact moment Akina said, "I want to become a pro like now," and basically, as she's also being eliminated from the tournament. Like, I know she's already a pro, she already technically got it, but this is the other thing I had the issue of, I keep also thinking about the fact that they keep saying the pro scene is very tough. Being a pro is tough. Sometimes you could get, kicked out, right? Mondo, Dad, B-Hero dude, Gojo, retired and still had to then come back and actually go back into like grinding tournaments again to become a pro. When he fought now. And employees like, and then we also hear things like, yeah, you could be a pro and then you could just lose a bunch of sponsorships or whatnot. If there's also a thing of like, Erica has to either win the tournament to like bypass a certain exam or test to become the pro, like the written exam or what have you, to become a pro by winning the tournament. It's like, it seems that there's a way to be a pro and there's a way to get kicked out of being a pro, to be basically put on the free agent list.
All right, let's be honest though. Erica's entire story arc in this tournament is that she doesn't want to put the fries in the bag. I have to win this tournament so I can become a pro, so I can be independent, so I don't rely on people, so I don't have to put the fries in the bag. Ruka is right. Ruka does have a point. In some twisted shape. She's still evil.
Don't call her evil.
I mean, she's still evil for delivering that line. But she kind of does have a point.
But can we establish too that like in this last chunk of the episode, like I guess not just this episode, but also I think earlier in the season, she is simultaneously like meant to be this fairly grounded dress era character, but also has like the Michiru Urara like quirk of being like, wow, this girl's like really deep in shit whenever she passes by Erica at the stadium. And she's like, yeah, I can tell there's like this really like blinding light in you. And it's like, it just doubles down on her having the same issue of like, she is the culmination of everything in this era of the like franchise. And it doesn't make sense for her to like be a part of all of it.
Right.
Sorry, it crossed my mind whenever I went back to that last scene of the episode.
She feels like she is a narrative tool for the writers. Like more than almost every other character.
This feels so bad that we just had Yu's great comeback episode and we're still talking about Ruka.
I know, it's just like
That's how enveloping she is and emblematic of these past 2 seasons.
It's so unfortunate how like it feels like this whole situation became like, when you think about it, it's like she kind of became an albatross around the show's neck for this particular season. Because I just think about, I'm like, man, there's so many good conceptual like tournament matches that could be great with her, like Megami versus Ruka, like current leader Blackout versus first leader Blackout. This kind of like emotional thing that would happen. Like if that was the match between besides Megami and Akina, I would have been fine with that.
Yeah.
Great conceptual fight. And then you have like Kagetsu, but then the problem is we need, like, the problem is there's a top, I think the another problem, this is a top 8 tournament, single elim, where we have 2 protagonists and they both have to make it to finals. What is they pretty much went with the safest way to get there. That doesn't just, that is like the path of least resistance, I guess you could say.
Pretty much.
It's like no one's gonna be upset if Michiru Ruka lose in the semifinals to our main protagonist, right? But it's at the
I mean, it's kind of all Michiru's here for in every season.
Yeah, but it's like the tragedy is like, that's it? Kinda? But I think at this point, I think we're done with episode 9, so I guess we just move on to episode 10, which is Ruka versus Erica. And I do, despite all the critical discussion we had of Ruka, I still like her as a character, and I still like this episode for one reason. That's because Erica has been carrying. Erica carries the last 3 episodes, in my opinion.
Yeah,
like it's still more build up, and it's like there's a lot more meat to chew on with Erica's story than there is with Akina's next fight, which is what we already talked about, right? We talked about that all the way back with the episode 4. I also failed to mention that in episode 1, there is that discussion that she has with Hikari at the beach. And they kind of have this moment trying to talk to each other that they haven't had. And it's a really good scene. And then we get a call back and think about it. It's been so long. I'm like, I forgot about that. So like when I go back to that, when I look to skim through, I'm like, oh my god, I forgot about that scene. And then you come back to this fight, and it's like, that's a really great callback to then having Erica call Hikari to ask Like, what should I do? And having that discussion and like, kind of like self confirmation of like her path is what she wants to do, but understand why,
Yeah.
and then go into the fight and then have an answer, which then also connects with the way Kagetsu had handled the situation, which was like, you know, he mowed up so much it broke him. Whereas Erica had at least someone to talk to. She had not just Hikari, but also Gabrielius, so it's like there's a lot, right? There was some guidance to that answer quicker than what it did for Kagetsu, and it works. And it's like that's why this episode is more compelling to me than it should have been up to that point. Like you said, like, oh, it damages the whole show. I'm like, to me, it's like it's probably the up until the finals, which we'll get to, it's still probably one of the best moments.
Yeah. Like, this one, because I would say the episode I liked Ruka the most. Like, I don't hate her character. It's more so the surrounding elements, right?
And it's just
like here, Ruka without the baggage, delivering, helping out a strong lesson, helping out. Good. Solid episode. We're going to a finale, bit stronger. Awesome. Honestly, I have nothing to say here. Like, negative. It's one episode I'm not going to bag on.
Yeah, no, I don't necessarily have any issues with the episode, really.
Yeah, I think I guess I kind of said everything in one concise pattern. It's like,
yeah.
Erica just carries, and this is a really good Ruka episode too. That just allows him to.
Is this when New Girl shows up?
Yes.
God damn it!
Shoot, never. God damn it!
About 7 minutes in.
God.
Damn it! I thought we were close.
This will be a great episode in our final season. And then a new girl shows up like, man, these Miyoto twins are so cool. Wow. Why do I know them? Find out next time.
And if this was setting up for her to be like the new main character of a new series, that like you could still like tangentially pull in characters from the other series. Like it's still fine to have that like bag of characters that you can pull from when the situation calls for it.
Yep.
But like the hope would have been, oh, this is like the new girl. She'd like maybe be the new MC for a new series that's primarily new characters, a la Divines.
But it's like, oh, she's a little too interested in the Miyoto siblings to be anything to be a main character. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, this also is like, what? Like, we had a whole Gundam conversation. Why on earth is Kagetsu really out here just making female child Vanguard soldiers?
I'm just saying.
Like, this
outside
is like his third
all
one.
Kagetsu is going after is women, okay?
Like, I just like now there's like one other thing, and now all of a sudden the new girl, and it's like, dog.
Makoto, yeah.
This is like Char trying to like. This is like Char trying to make up for having to Lala. Like, come on, bro. What is going on here?
So we see Akina. Well, I did train you a little bit. It's only so it doesn't look like I'm building a harem in the background. You will have to do battle with me at some later point and stop my antics.
Will have to fight my army of waifus.
You will have to steal my harem from me in order to prevent the end of the world, Akina. You have 5 days.
Oh, this one's so Southwest.
Like, it's getting ridiculous. I guess it does make it a little funny that, like, every time we see Kagetsu, I feel like we have there's a very strong, different impression of this guy. We go from cool mentor figure to, well, that's kind of mysterious thing he's saying about Vanguard and killing someone. He's like, oh, wait, no, he's crashing out of a girl. Oh, wait, and he took Mikoto behind the corner. Oh, and now he's showing up with a new girl. Okay, what is going on, mister?
So let's just talk about Kagetsu now. We've officially lost the plot. I feel like there's so many things. Like, if we talk about interpreting like storylines, the fact that the reveal of Ruka being the fighter also kind of muddled with Kagetsu's story a bit. And the fact that what really happened was that it's also like he lost a lot of aura points because he was genuinely
the aura dead is insane.
It's like this whole thing is like, oh, this, and now people made jokes about him being some sort of being like in a thing. It's like, and people want to blame Ruka for him doing what he did, and I'm like, what?
No.
Like, listen,
no.
I understand. Like, yeah, no.
Well, not like intentionally, maybe,
no,
but like
never intentional. She never obviously they mean like not intentionally, but it's like they're more upset. Like, why didn't you have a phone? Why didn't you contact her? This is like, and I'm just like, dude, they met one time,
right,
in the middle of the night.
I'm just saying
he didn't ask for the number. He didn't. Like,
right.
I don't think he ever asked for the phone number anyway. He was just thinking she'll be there. Like a.
It's like I'll come back the next week at the same time, and she'll totally be ready to accept my low.
It wasn't even like love. It's like, you know, this idea of like I have somebody who can actually like who I can emotionally like fight with and like let's go. Right? It's like I feel like this the other thing of like the quote unquote like I don't know.
And that all changes when she joked about them fighting for 3 days and nights after episode 2. we could throw all semblance of euphemisms out the window.
It's just like, bro.
I think my biggest issue with like the way they portray their whole dynamic is like very early into Divine's Deluxe. It is like the tone Kagetsu sets in terms of like
it's so serious.
What happened is so serious, and you go from that to his story being about him essentially losing what became his goal.
Right.
And subsequent motivation.
It just gets warped.
Fine. Yeah, right. Like, you can do a story like that, or you could pitch it in a darker, like, oh, like, maybe someone got really fucking depressed as a result of, like, trying to push themselves too hard and, like, you know, lean more in that kind of direction. But, like, it doesn't feel like they knew where they were taking it. So, like, whenever the reveal actually happens, it's like, this is not what you were building. Okay. I have to go back to Will+Dress shit for a little to
oh, hell yeah.
Go ahead.
Fucking... So, the other example of this that I have a massive fucking issue with back in Will+Dress is every scene Jinky is portrayed in up until he is functionally booted out of the uniform. Like, basically, up until Michiru falls in a coma.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
the entire time up to that point, it is like, Jinky is portrayed as a, like, sinister or, like, off-putting character. But then, like, the moment Michiru is out of commission, it's like the switch completely flips. He's like, no, actually, I was definitely just doing all of this for the pure goal of making Vanguard players happy. I definitely did not create this cult
Like,
for
ignore the
any
homegrown
other
cult.
purpose.
Ignore the
Right.
hijacked military satellites and installations. Ignore the God Emperor of Vanguard mankind in the in the background going across the planet, knocking people out. It was
And
all to make people happy.
right. And like so many of those scenes back, like in his fights then, like the fucking like almost snake-like face he makes in his fight with Michiru when he's like, I've removed all of the calamities of like his true power is gonna be unveiled, and he has the evilest fucking grin on his face. I'm like, am I meant
Was
to
that
buy
Hold on.
like
I'm trying to think. Was that
he?
Michiru or was that Michiru or was that against
No, it was
Aurora?
against Michiru. No, it was against Michiru. Or they might have recycled that bit of animation for his fight against Aurora, but it was
That was like
definitely from his fight with Michiru.
that was Will+Dress season 2. So I'm like, did he have a fight against? I'm just like, actually, did he even have a fight against Michiru? No, he didn't have a fight against Michiru.
Yeah, Jinky had a fight against Michiru.
He had a fight.
Because the condition for Michiru joining the uniform, helping with the uniformers, was Jinky winning.
Yeah.
Okay, what episode was that? Because I think it was. What episode was that? I'm trying to remember.
Oh, was it the?
Yeah, no, he
Was
fights
this the start
Aurora.
of season? Hold up, was this the?
Like he fights Aurora in episode 6.
Season 2. Episode 3 of Will+Dress season.
Oh yes,
2.
I see it now. It was episode 3.
I'll be right back.
That is completely true. You're right. It was episode 3. It was very early.
Mm-hmm.
And then he fights Aurora. Okay, I remember now. But yes, you were right. You're right.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, like so it's like my issue with a lot of that is sort of comes down to like, are we retroactively saying that like the reason he acts like that in his fights and is portrayed in that way is because, oh well, but the headphones are lit up and active, so actually it was Guy the entire time, even though we effectively pulled a pre-Shippuden Mangekyo Sharingan situation where we didn't have a design for what it looks like when Guy possesses someone. So we just had him use his normal eyes so that you couldn't tell. And I'm like, that's actually very good storytelling. And I'm like, no, it's not. You're fucking hacks.
It is.
But it's the same general
true.
idea where like you're portraying something in one way so explicitly only to 180 and be like, of course we were portraying this was how we meant it to be the entire time. And I'm like, are you sure about that?
The answer's no. It's like, because I'm thinking about it, I'm like, even then it's like when you look at how Guy animates, it's like Guy never animates like some sort of sinister antagonist. He animates more like a child who is like intrigued, right? 'Cause
Right,
that's
he
who
doesn't
Guy is.
have.
Guy does not have a sinister bone in their body or code
Yeah.
like that. Guy is an AI that had no idea who's just like new to the world and doesn't know what to do. It's just like intrigued and thinks that what they're doing is right. How do you
Yeah.
go from like that's the question? Like, how the heck do we go from that into turning whatever that was into what it became?
Right,
So
like,
no.
it's just anyway, yeah, that was a bit of a tangent, but it's the same general idea
No,
of like you're
it was a
portraying
good.
something one way and then be like, no, actually, it was this the entire time. We just couldn't be bothered to portray it in a way that was like dubious enough to let the viewer like infer in
I mean-
any capacity.
And you know
I
what the
mean-
worst part about that is?
Yeah.
It might even be a double bait and switch we could get to. That's what gets me.
Yes, which
And that's possibly even more annoying.
Which saying is it may not have been as big of a problem if this was the last Divine season.
Yes. Also, I'm just saying, Kigetsu is never being the simp allegations this season. I'm sorry. You can't just go, I can only ask my muse for her phone number. And then the next time we see you, you're picking up random women and showing up with them at events now. It's like, do you just forget about Ruka immediately afterwards?
okay.
Real
you're
simp
pushing-
behavior.
You're pushing the joke a bit too far, I think, but
I'm aware. It works out still, just a little bit. At least until the next episode.
but no, like your thing is spot on. It's like I think that just has to be because of the way it's very obvious, like the way they write things. Like for the most part, the arc has to be independent, but also has to have enough to go into a future arc. Which
It's
is
off the hip.
Yeah, it's more off the hip and have to change things. Now, that could be what the idea was supposed to be for, season 3 was like, it was supposed to be like, oh, Guy's actually like insanely evil, but at the last second they may have changed it. Or Jinky was supposed to be generally evil, and then bam, he got hit with the moment of, whoa, wait a second. That could be it too. It could be like the, whoa, wait a second, I thought this was okay, we might have went a little bit too far.
I mean, the problem is that we kind of see the Hobbs like over just season 2 that they will literally just rewrite the show at the halfway mark.
Yeah.
Like they have done this before, and you can't trust future seasons anymore because of it.
All right, let's start trying to speed on this there. So, any final thoughts on episode 10?
It's a dang good episode.
All right, episode 11, the worst episode of the season. I'm just saying it right now. I think this episode was the worst of the season. This was generationally ass.
Didn't they
Yeah,
have
it
a
was
section of one of the weekly streams where they like had
Yes.
sections for both Akina and Michiru's VA sort of like hyping this fight up?
It was Tyson versus Paul.
God.
Can't use my allegory for that. I said it, but it was actually I don't think it was the Tuesday stream. I think it was during the product stream.
Yeah, it was a product
yeah.
stream, which
Because it was-
arguably makes it worse.
It makes it super worse. Like, okay, so for context, this is the Akina versus Michiru fight in the semifinals. And it is downright every negative we said about Akina's fights was cranked up to 11 here, and they tried to act like they wrote some fire.
They did not.
So the main thing is, the honest truth about this episode is that it only exists so that Michiru and Akina's voice actors, who are friends, who are really good friends. In fact, Michiru's voice actor is the entire reason why Akina's voice actor even came into audition and then eventually became Akina. So it is like a dream they've kind of had. So this is really, honestly, an entire, like, what would you call it? Like, I don't want to say like some sort of like nepo baby fight, but like more like this is like,
I'll say it if you won't.
okay, say it.
I just it God, I fucking miss the days when we thought Michiru's VA was too expensive and that's why he was in the coma.
We're such good days.
I miss that so fucking badly.
Like, oh,
This is almost like calling him trash. That's crazy.
he is. Not the VA. Character's trash.
And we're also mashing two characters together from the two different series that have basically no connection to one another. So like, add that onto the pile of ways in which the crossover between the two hasn't been handled while basically like a decent chunk of this arc.
I mean,
Like,
yeah, it's like,
I feel like Michiru's always been just a mess of a character. Like, he only really existed in Will+Dress on his debut in order to go, oh, we see Donji was never actually hot shit. There's actually an entire character 3 tiers above Donji. So we can raise the ceiling up a bit higher. Donji's secret best friend that was never mentioned until now
this
was
is,
in America the entire time.
this actually is making me remember. Oh yeah, this is now kind of confirming like this like slight idea I had in my head of I would say they wrote Michiru to exist because they're like, we need a Dark States user that's not Donji to replace him because everyone kind of hates him.
But
The irony is quite literally, I think it would have been so much better if Donji was in this tournament.
could you imagine that? It would have been amazing to just watch Donji just put Akira in his place. Even a little bit.
Because I think just Donji's fights are
Fun.
fun. Like, I could imagine the back and forth those two would have. Right? Because Donji is because also Donji's a character.
They're both pro dudes
Like,
who have been put through the paces because of it. This is a way more interesting dynamic.
Yeah, it's just like, man, like you literally just had this moment like, yeah, what if we had Donji there instead? And it's like, it'd be so much interesting because he doesn't get to do anything. He hasn't. It's like,
No.
they really just like, they have found every way possible to just make sure Donji just never actually like does anything.
It's crazy.
It's It's like this man was literally how you sold your entire show, and now he's just like sidelined forever as best they can. He did like why couldn't like I see this like not like the Tumari Ruka fight wasn't fun, but it's like why couldn't we have like a Ruka Donji fight?
You know, hold on. Hear me out.
Yes.
Skip Yu Akina versus Danji in the place of that episode.
Hold
Screw
on.
them. Screw that we have to have the generational fight nonsense.
Hold on.
Screw that.
Hold on, you kind of cooking.
Yeah.
It's like
Let me do all this build up for the blackout leaders, and it's like, all right, let's go right back there, like where it all began. Finally get Akina put through his paces, and like another person on a similar journey.
also similar decks because
Right.
like they are pretty much like yeah once we run out of gas late but pretty much like on past turn 4 but like when we hit turn 4 it is KO things like thing but it's like it's hard to kind of justify that right but it's like his fights are so fun and it's like how the heck did we not have that
And like Danji already has a reason to be there because of Michiru. What reason does Yu have to be in the area?
he won to support Megami in the deluxe top 8 but is like in that case then where the heck were you it's in Will+Dress D2 bro you weren't there
Right. Like you kind of only exist to just hover around and be like and be a nice guy in the background until he fights Yu. I mean Akina. It's like Danji makes so much more sense for that fight.
Like,
and then he goes up against Michiru in the tournament, which is probably the most appropriate like following match.
and then it's like okay now it's actually connections like all right like use what you learned
Yep.
if you truly are better than this dude use what you learned against Donji and beat Michiru oh my god bro you cooked bro you actually cooked like I can't even front that sounds freaking insane as heck as a concept wait that
Yeah.
it generally kind of makes me upset that we didn't get that.
Oops.
You're denied so much because these motherfuckers don't like football. Sad day.
I feel 21 can only do so much for a country.
But yeah, it's just really bad. And I think the worst part about it is the reveal of the new Soul as some sort of oh, I got this idea from Yu. It's kind of like this idea that like he always does in his fights. Like, oh, here's this special thing, and it's like, oh, Soul's also an important card for me, and it's like, no, the fuck he ain't. Like, huh? You never mentioned this card's name once in outside of you standing up Vanguard.
Right.
Like, hello? Did we skip a page? Like, I understand we gotta cut some time, but let's be real for a second. Let's just keep it real, bro. Like, no, you ain't never said gas up Soul like that. Like, I like Soel, but we ain't gassing him up like this.
Like, nah, what are we doing here?
Like, you're equating him to Trickstar. Trickstar?
No.
Look,
I think it's a cute gesture trying to better associate with the no matter what changes he makes to the deck, that ride line has always been the same. So in a sense, there are units that have stuck with him the longest. But I'm also
Right.
fuck it, fully commit to that. Where's my grade 3 Ascensior that takes the place of the old gigantic
Smasher.
oh, I don't yeah.
Yeah.
Give me some shit like that to pair with it too.
Or
Commit to the
Like,
bit.
honestly, like you just evolved his ride line in general. That would have been something cool too. It's like, yeah, now here's the new ride line.
It's like, I'm sorry, Akina. Swell doesn't clear the vibe check of calling your Gray Zero to the front line. It's not a real Gray Zero main line until you call it to the front row to start swinging. We got rules here.
It's just like it's nice because like, oh, that's cool, but it's like it doesn't have the same weight, and it's like
Nothing in this episode is earned.
which I don't know if you had, I don't think you probably said, but like there was someone wrote a reason why this fight didn't work compared to all the other, to where like the first time a protagonist had to fight Michiru, like about why it didn't work. Just like the simple answer is like the buildup was not there because completely and
No.
there. But it's like it was a really well written thing from, I think it was from K, but they wrote it's like the explained reason, but the main short of it is like when you fought against Michiru, even though he didn't have a direct connection to Michiru, there was at least a connection by way of Raika. Because by Yu beating Michiru, it now gave Raika additional motivation to beat Yu and to get back, because Yu effectively, to him, in his eyes, exceeded him before. Right? It was kind of like
And we also saw Michiru through the first deluxe. Like there was build up, there was presence.
yeah. It is like
Not here.
it is probably the first time LeBron James made it to a conference finals and lost, and it's like, wait, what? Like that can't be right. He's supposed to be the greatest basketball player ever. How the heck did that happen? And like you didn't have to watch the Celtics win an NBA Finals.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
I think the worst part is after that first loss, they still kept trying to make Michiru work as a hype man. And it stopped working immediately.
yeah, because like he doesn't have a, that's the tragedy of Misha, is like, to me, he's cool, but he's not a character.
Right.
Like I guarantee this is like what writer is generally gonna be like, yeah, man, Michiru is the best written character show. Like, no writer is going to say that. They're gonna be like, this character's just kind of like here. Not that he's bad or anything.
Yep.
It's just he's just here. He's gonna
He's
play
a benchmark.
like. I think the issue is he's only won a grand total of what, one more time since he's been, well, technically 2 times, and that was against Raika. So we knew he was all still, he was still stronger against. And then he won against Taizo, a character who is, and it was like that was
Borderline fraud watch.
like, I wouldn't even say fraud. It's just like he's not. Look, I wouldn't say he's a fraud. It's like he's just perfectly right where he needs to be. He's a mentor character now. Like him being
Right.
super strong has never really been his purpose. He's more of a mentor now. Like he's strong, but like he has a different role to play than being the freaking best. So it's like you look at
Sure.
that lineup of characters he's beaten, and it's like there's no comparison, dog. This is like he hasn't had a lineup, and then he beat Mirai, which okay. It's like cool. Anyway,
Like once you see it, it's once you see the like chart, it's like, oh, he's kind of lame. Hold on. Oh no. What are we trying to sauce this guy up? He's off screen, man.
yeah, which comes to that point. It's like there's no chemistry between the two in the fight. There's no
Nope.
actual like there's no beating behind. There's no camera fights. They try and hit some sort of super thing with Swell, and it just doesn't work as well as any other like thing. Like yeah, Swell is important, but he's not that important. You actually put the entire list of characters.
Yes.
Yeah, he beats Shinky, but then you think about it, it's like he beats Shinky almost borderline off screen anyway.
Right.
So that's also funny. Also he fights Helena. Oh god, I forgot.
Dun 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 dun.
Uh, so
I
And to top off this shit Sunday, enter Sophie Bell.
oh my god, bro.
For no reason other than I'm pretty sure one of the animators is stalking Mari's Twitter account.
oh my god.
There is no other logical explanation for her guest appearance.
So they did actually explain in like the little like clips, like yeah, Sophie was here because she didn't want Helena to travel alone. Also, she
Had another reason.
was like, if she could get like some sort of like negative thing, something like that. I don't care anymore. Like, man, like
I brought this kid along as an excuse to actually for my real goal.
like
Continuing the year 4 of stalking this guy.
I was supposed to say, are we saying that Helena is an accessory to sexual harassment?
I'm not saying that.
Okay. All right. That's cool.
It's not even the craziest thing that's happened in D. Let's be real.
All right.
I mean, I still remember when Masanori roped you.
I too
Right.
remember Masanori.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, remember Masanori was in this show.
Right.
It's like
I can't believe Shin's voice actor finally found the key to get out of the basement. He's finally free.
it's like
It's fucked up too, because I like as a vehicle by which we can rip interesting character traits out of characters that oppose him. I really like him. He's like, what if Shoma
Right.
was more versatile than being tied to exactly Shion?
Yes.
I'm honestly surprised Chrono didn't throw hands with Shion too. That felt like with like Shoma, that felt like a wasted opportunity.
They just pile on him like the JJK meme.
Yes.
Uh, but it's like that. It's so funny because I literally made a post the day before. Well, this is kind of where the Ignidius tweet happened about him saying I'm gonna drop the vines, like thumbnail hitting the same, and then that's where the dam of like negative feelings towards the season kind of burst.
Right. And it's where I'm like, as a counterbalance, I'm like, Akina didn't get worse, his matchups did. They have just not put him up against any characters that are relevant to him this season. He has nothing to bounce off of. His goals are consistent. His arc progression is consistent with his character through like the past like 3 seasons. Everything with Akina works, except for when he's in a fight.
Yeah, it's just like, again,
Which is the craziest thing you can say about a card game protagonist is, bro, your writing is so good, we are not playing cards. It's kind of crazy.
yeah. Again, we made that point. Yeah, just straight up. But the point is, I made that things like I probably think one of the reasons people was there is that we don't have somebody to also kind of root against to be kind of like the heel in the situation.
Mm-hmm.
And then I put like Shoma Masanori, not Shoma, uh, damn, I'm missing his name. Masanori, Shinobu, and Senka. I put there. I'm like, yeah, we didn't have a like someone was like more of a goofy one this deep into the tournament run to be kind of like an antagonistic figure. Somebody who's like, before we get to the match, if we had like somebody who was like an asshole maybe fighting Akina, or like somebody who's like more antagonistic that was like we can root for Akina, or like we have to root for Akina, I think that would have been also
Akina has
cooler.
like no rival.
Yeah, there is no rival except his own sister.
Right.
Because the only other rival was kicked out in episode 4. Like all of his rivals got kicked out early, exception of his sister. So it's just so you're just kind of left with nothing, and it's like, and then but the point is like I say that tweet, then literally like hear Shinobu Masanori show up with Helena and Satan. All right, get your rant off.
Like, I do have an appropriate rant. It's like Divines has they in general. We've been over this repeatedly. They have no chill when it comes to like being problematic with like character relationships. So there's no need to have Sophie just walk into him and go, "Hi, I'm here to watch Mitri fight. Also, can someone help me find my pet dog?" Like, why are you here? Why is this thing necessary besides, like, we need to stuff as many cameos as we can into this because it's solely the final season? Everyone say your final character bits now. Alright. Next episode's gonna be about the siblings. And exclusively them, so everyone get your final bits out. Hey Rika, we know you haven't done anything. We know you're on fraud. We know you're actually the biggest fraud in the series. You're never actually going to fight Michiru. Ever. And when? It's not happening. I don't know why he's in this show. Like, I don't know, the episode's kind of just... Yeah, it's the damn bursty for, like, Divines. Right. Because you start to realize there's all these characters who just don't matter. And the plot can be better without. And this entire season is kind of just jam-packed what we have to pretend to care about these characters because we don't have enough material for 12 episodes. So we got to start writing some stylistic finales for some of these people. You know, final send-off because it's the final season, we promise. But it seems like it just all comes to a head. It's messy. Like, this is the episode where things do get messy, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's less in the character writing, more in the plotting. Like, there need to be... I don't want to say more episodes.
Yeah, no, because
Like, structurally, I would have moved the tournament first. All of it, first 6 episodes. Knock it out, like, really quick. And then do all the stuff with all these other characters and their, like, you know, little arcs and whatnot in the back half.
or we just do the stuff with all the other characters first and then complete the tournament. Like,
That works too.
having that break in between the tournament is kind of like the other issue because we just had a IRL break. Now we're having like a startup, then we're stopping again for a 4 episode like little mini arc, and then we're starting back up by the end, and it's like we're out of... It's like come on, we're out of it again, bro. Come on.
Right.
Talking about this, it's just now hitting me that the Divines, like both halves of Divines Deluxe, are like the only Divine seasons that don't do like the 2-parter final fight so that there is like room for like the back half of the last episode to act as like an epilogue that can like tie shit up or fit in some of the more like non-fight related interactions. Like, it's literally just you wrap up whatever fight the half of the tournament is focusing on, and they're like, yeah, no, fuck it, that's done, we're over, we are out of time, sorry.
Yeah,
And it really just like
it's like, ooh.
God, I just I have had my complaints with just general pacing for the D series anime in general, like especially early on. But like, I thought we had some idea of like how to properly pace out cores of this length.
Yeah,
And it
it's
just feels like they completely forgot how to do that for these last 2.
that's why I feel like something happened. Whereas like,
Yeah.
which I mean, it's weird to be like something happened because like we kind of got this like pretty fast in consideration. So it's like, so it is kind of like, but it is kind of like there is like something missing from this season
I feel like
compared to
the
the
other
others.
problems that like this season feels like a filler arc. Even if it was the final season, even if it doesn't work as like a finale, as like a send off. And I think that's just the problem. Like you can't just like end. You can't just go from like end of the world into a tournament and then be like, "Yep, this is the finale."
I mean, I
It's
think
clearly what they're
also,
trying to be here.
I think the problem is also like at least for me, I'm still on edge because of how they just kind of kicked the dress crew out on the street out of nowhere. Like quite literally, we had like 2 episodes left till we found out, and 2 episodes left before we found out that, oh yeah, this is the end of the Team Blackout story. Like what? What do you mean? Right, the Blackout story's over, and like huh? It's like it didn't feel like we were done. It's like, well, we had more room to go with these characters, and it's like you're telling me we're done.
What more do you want from us? More Zaxa backstory? I don't know.
I want you to write
What's
my
over?
main character better.
Like you feel so weird in this season.
Like that's why another theory I had is like this has to be because we're having the 5-year anniversary of Overdress next year too. So they just shoved this as the anniversary season with, and have Divine Set 11 be the anniversary set, and then we just kind of go off from there. So that way we can spend the rest of the 15th anniversary on literally anything else.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way
I will say,
this can make sense at this point.
I'm kind of glad that this is not the actual last season. Because if it was, and we were entering the 15th anniversary, I think we all would have been a lot more concerned about them showing Kid, Aichi, and Chrono in one of those EDs. I would have been a million times more worried if this was actually the final season of Divines.
Oh, please.
Exactly. Divines continuing to the 15th anniversary is probably the best thing that could have happened to us.
Like,
actually avoiding the bad timeline.
All I'm saying is that if they found a way to bring back Aichi for a third time, y'all were getting a second pandemic. It's over.
Oh no!
Time is the flattest fucking circle. I can't wait for Silver Dust Blaze 2 to hit right as I'm trapped in my house.
Every time Aichi returns as protagonist, another pandemic breaks out.
Oh,
whenever
my
Malamar
God.
shows up, the turning point of history happens.
God. Man, I feel like this episode just kind of captured everything wrong at the moment.
Which is so crazy because, like, honestly, like when you kind of have a talk, it's like outside of like the Akina, because like you kind of made me think of outside of like the Akina having no chemistry with his opponents and Ruka, this season's not bad.
No!
But it's like
Just
those two things are that dire
there's a lot of
that they
good
choke
stuff in a
the pain
bucket.
out of it. They just choke
Like there
the
were good
negativity
bucket
out.
episodes. There were good fights. It's just the entire. It's somehow worse than the sum of its parts. I mean, it's better than the sum of its parts.
No, I think you're right. It's worse. It's worse than the sum of its. No, yeah, it's worse than the sum of its parts.
Like all the individual pieces are good.
Are
Like a lot of the
fantastic,
individual
but
pieces
putting
are
them,
there.
like putting them together is like, what the, like what is this?
Oh,
It's like somehow you lost pieces of the number. Where'd they go?
right. Like those 4 filler episodes we got. I'm not filler is wrong term. Like those could have just been like some shorter, like 12-minute like OVAs between seasons. Let's be real.
Mm.
But yeah, the components are good. It's the whole. Like they kind of wasted Akina's best bracket in the first part. It's like they kind of blew the load on the hell bracket.
Yep. Like it's so funny. It
Like I
really.
would have like honestly, I would have swapped Kagetsu and Gi if I were like redoing the roster for that tournament.
Mm, eh. But
Give
anyway,
Akin give give Akina a 2-term goal, so he has something going into the second season, at least.
I mean, he does have a
And,
goal. The goal is to win the tournament, become pro, but it's not enough.
right.
Uh, but I guess we should get to the final episode because we are now. My storage is gone, so we need to hurry up.
Yeah.
So, final episode, Reach for Your Dream. The third, the second, technically third Erica Akina fight for the finals. And this, and again, this is the antithesis of every fight from this point that Akina has had, because he has someone who has chemistry with, he has someone who has, a goal he has to fight against, and the fight is interesting as hell.
Right.
Why people were upset, in my opinion, is that it is too late. You went 0 for 3 in interesting fights where Akina is interesting and fun to be in. Why do we care now that he is the finalist? He's here by default, basically.
Right.
When it's like we could have had when it's like you think about his first matchup, like it literally is like you think about what could have been in his place, which would have been. I know what I'm about to say, because it's like, oh, hey, here I am. I'm out here gonna glaze her again. But when you think about it, Megami was actually took Akina's place in this tournament, and we had a Erica Megami finals. That means oh man, she beat Akina. Oh man, she she got the run back against Michiru. Holy cow, Megami actually has improved immensely, and a lot of people finally understand. Yeah, no, she's always been cool, just she never had the run. She wasn't hot like she is now. It's like you had that
Making the
moment, and
upscaling
it's
is
like,
crazy here.
as I'm sorry, I have to for the one time, but it's like, then it's like, okay, and then you end the show like, all right, Erica wins, she gets it. bam, we done did it. Erica's a pro. Akina has a new goal to strive toward that he can keep striving towards in later seasons or in the background, whatever. If this was the original final season, and we're good. Like, we've created a cathartic conclusion for a bunch of characters that if we weren't having a third arc, we could stop here and be fine.
That would have been a great scenario for a final episode of the final season.
Yeah. But no. I think the other issue is that Akina did win the tournament instead of Erica, who
right.
Like, there was no catharsis to the ending. Like, there wasn't a catharsis for Erica, like, going through all of this and then winning the tournament. Like, it's a really good fight, but it's also like, damn. It just feels wrong because it's like she should have won that. And to have and it would have been awesome for that conceptual idea that you know, we talked about earlier. It's like Erica has had to fight against quite literally everything. She shouldn't be here. To have her the fight end with her being the only person in a major fight like this to beat Akina's miracle would have been fantastic.
Yeah.
Like, that idea would have been the perfect way to cap off that storyline. And it's like, not having that is kind of like, is an unfortunate tragedy, the whole thing.
I feel like if you're gonna have Akina win here, they needed at least like 1 to 2 more minutes in the episode with Erica talking to either their dad or Taizo, just going, "Hey, a little something to cushion the blow here."
Yeah.
Anything.
Like, yeah, just like something to be like, you know, we had that, you know, we got that with Now, who, like, you know, we kind of had the little moment, but it's weird. Like, we didn't see like Erica's like full reaction to that. It's like it's like
as
we
far
were
as the
missing
season
something.
goes, like Akina's reasoning for why he wants to go pro, really simple, much simpler than Erica's, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, it's arguably, it's going to sound really stupid, the goal and the task with it align just slightly more. And that sucks to say. I'm going to become a pro so I can probably send beside now as a rival. It's a lot more straightforward of a goal. Then, all right, I got to become a pro so I got to win the tournament so I can become a pro. So I can sip some steps here and then become a pro so I can become independent. Yes. But I'm sorry, the simple idiot kind of wins here in terms of like actually kind of needing to win this tournament for said goal. And I hate saying that. Like, as odd as that sounds. That makes any sense.
No, it makes sense. As I don't like it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like it, but Erica's goals can't actually be fulfilled without this tournament.
And so can Akina's. But that's the problem with Akina's goal. Is like he grabbed it and it was basically the goal of someone else. Not including the ideas of it being the female lead, the female character in the show. Like he basically just took what her goal was and and copped it for his own, and then just won.
Right.
It doesn't feel cathartic in any way because it's not something he came to the answer, but it's like the answer's the same thing that Now had. And now
I feel like we also need like another like 1 to 2 minutes of catharsis from Akina before what we got. Like this episode needs like more runtime.
like which is crazy. Like we didn't even we had an opening. Why do we have the opening?
Why did we have an opening?
Like re-zero this. Like, come on. Listen,
give a little extra runtime for the post-tournament talks.
We don't need to hear this trash ass Morphonica song anymore. Like, just go ahead and like put in some extra time.
Like, there is no way we're ending this entire bit with I know. Hey, now I can be your rival now. Congrats.
You already
Cool.
were. Like, you kind of
End
already
episode.
were.
And we don't have to talk about mysterious new character that's still here.
Yeah, we don't have to acknowledge. You can only give her a slight acknowledgement. Like you'll find out next season, maybe.
Oh, there's a next season, you say?
Yeah, we had the teaser for the next season, which the voice actor for whoever that was is still Fukuyama. So there's some speculation
Like,
of what the heck that is.
I like the emotional stuff we have going here with the Miyoto family. It works a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Until you remember what's been going on between these siblings for the past like 3 seasons. Outside of that, we're good.
Which is what's been going on, Zeta?
They've been looking at each other a bit too weirdly. This is for a little bit.
Oh Lord, you still never actually came to answer that one. Oh no. Listen,
You saw the end of Divine Season 2. That the artist was on something with that beach scene. All right,
well, it was.
and we've been going downhill since.
It was a nice scene of like I'm actually
It
allowed to
was
live.
too well. That looked like it came out of some like stupid that looked like it came out of a visual novel. Let's be real.
You're reading into that too much, dog. I'm sorry.
I do it for the bit.
Okay.
But in general, I'm like, it's such the emotion beats it. It's a good finale for the series. Because they immediately throw everything away in this season. In the final like 2 minutes.
You know what? You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the ending of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds in the dub.
In the dub.
God.
It's like, yeah, man, we did it. We won the Fortune Cup. We did it. Oh, okay, it's all over. Bye. Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal's up next.
Right.
It's like, wait, what?
Cool.
Like,
Sherry LeBlanc is definitively fucking dead.
Which is so funny because I genuinely didn't know that they just had a episode that just like, where'd Sherry go?
no, I like you went with this example and not the finale, the GX in the 4Kids version.
No, because this is just that, but for real, not no legality issues. It's literally just we just end.
Yeah, it's so like
Even though there's more story, we just end right here.
right. Like this I hate the cliffhanger for the next season so much, but it's so funny. Like people kept talking about, man, we need to see Ark in a higher stakes environment. What Divine Deluxe is so low stakes. And I'm like, so guys, we heard your complaints. We agree. This season was these past 2 seasons, pointless waste of time. We're going back to Shadow Games immediately after.
It does kind of feel about as drastic a shift as like you get to the end of Divine Season 2 and then like the post credit stinger is meet your
Right.
I'm like I imagine a world where like someone got into this anime starting with Divines and they hit the end of Divine Season 2 and like more than
I
ever,
will be
more than in a world with where Masanori and Taizo exist, go, who the fuck is this? Why
it's
is this
so bad.
important?
Like it kind of just does so like
Yeah.
Divines kind of works as Divines. Divines does not work as a part of Dress. They needed to be set in different cities at least.
Why is it every time? Why is it every time I disagree with somebody about their feelings on this, then all of a sudden I get like this low key proven right? Like, why am I getting the Faux for it again award? This doesn't make no damn sense.
Like it's funny. I do like friends like, all right, cool. Akane won the tournament. It literally does not matter. Erica could have won the tournament. She's getting buzzed anyway next season. This is the funniest part about it.
But I think the fucked up thing I think the fucked up thing too is like this idea, like this would be less of an issue if the deluxe was not like so explicitly the most prominent Vanguard tournament like in this fucking universe seemingly. Like there are
Right?
obviously other like more pro-centric ones,
Yes.
but like the deluxe is the one that always seems to be the most like important with the most like gravitas behind it.
Which is so crazy.
And like
just
really
invitational by an idiot.
right. Like
Like
so
we saw the start of the deluxe. It was just a cheap villain plot invitational.
right.
And we're meant to pretend now like it's the only thing that matters.
Right. But like you go back to like Will+Dress season like in a world where we have to accept that deluxe is like viewed as this like massive super prominent tournament circuit to the point that they're holding it in like several places simultaneously. A tournament series whose core concept initially was bridging the gap between front and counter fighters. Why the fuck couldn't Akina be a rival to Now despite not being a front fighter? Like, we have Yu and Raika. That was like the core conceit of Will+Dress Season 1 and the initial deluxe.
Not to mention the side thing of this is actually secretly a whole ground to gain data for my AI.
Right.
It's like there's so
Like,
many reasons for this.
why is the deluxe still here?
Because Jinky has too much fucking money on his hands.
He's like, hey,
Like-
that was fun. We should do it again. It's like it's the equivalent of like, I guess you could say it's kind of like the equivalent of like Kai Cenat's Mafia-thon. Like, people talk so much about the first one and the second one because, you know, he just had the third one. But it's like, top people were like, it was this gigantic event on streamer things. Like, it was the first big one. It was like, holy crap, this was insane. And it's like basically it took off so much. It's like, well, I get people want more. I guess we'll keep doing it.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, somebody should have told me something was wrong when it's like the conceit is like, oh, there's 3 groups this team. Where's the 4th one? Oh, the 4th one's just the Americas. The West gotta fight out for 2 slots. Like, this is the League of Legends World Championship.
It's just the Americans. Also, Michiru's in the bracket and Sam is nowhere to be seen. And also the only 2 competitors to advance from the American bracket are also the 2 Japanese people.
Hmm.
Who just happened to be in the area at the time. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's like, what do you mean by this? It's like, and we know at least the Hawaiian girl also got kicked out, got knocked
Right.
out.
There's still one fighter unaccounted for, and they refuse to say it was Sam. I'm just saying.
Like, it's like they really made the one black person who is also a total weeb and then proceed to never mention him again. It's like, damn, I don't know how to feel right now.
The last thing we see of him is him not doing his job and playing video games on the clock.
Meanwhile,
I'm on to you, Bushy.
yeah, Sam can't give a cameo, but for some reason, Real Loud Sophie Bell will pay Corrin's voice actor to make to say 3 lines. For what?
Right?
Like,
Oh.
which I guess this kind of goes with the theory of this. Why the hell did we just not find some way to be like, this makes me so upset about hearing that whole thing. Like, oh, Sophie went with Helena because she didn't want her to travel alone because she's a minor. Yes, she's trying to, like, oh my
It's
god,
actually
I
in
hate
there.
this character.
Selectively concerned with minors.
Only selectively.
I hate how they've written this character. Oh my god, I hate her so much. Listen, the idea is, I can get the idea they want. They wanted to have a femme fatale rival for Rika for some reason. I mean, this.
Could the problem be that Rika was a high schooler?
Yes, and they intentionally made Sophie 20-something.
Well, see, people all complained about Donji and Megumi, so we decided to flip the script.
No!
And you're still mad at us.
Because it's not Donji and Megami that's the issue. It's not specifically Donji and Megami that's the issue, you dumbhead. It's the fact that Donji's a 20-something-year-old man and a high schooler.
So we've decided to flip the script again.
I'm not
So
even joking.
now here's Akina and now.
I'm not even joking. When around the early part of this season, I had a nightmare that they were. I had a night. I'm not even joking. I had a not even the first part of the last season, I had a nightmare that they were gonna do something out of pocket and be like, oh, well, it's been enough time. Like, who knows what happens? It's, they're gonna be so crazy. Like, well, technically, Megan Me's old enough, and they just have some sort of like thing where it's like dodgy kiss for some reason. I'm like, I had a nightmare because I'm like, I don't trust y'all motherfuckers no more. It's like,
You can't.
I can't. You have not given me any chance to trust y'all. Well, besides my PTSD, it's like giving me nightmares.
I feel like I feel partly responsible for this. Only partly.
No, it's okay, Zex. And then everyone gathers up at Wonder Hill at night, and then we reenact that Sky the Third scene. You know exactly the one I'm thinking of in this context.
Paradise?
No. The one where you put Agate and Tita in a room and suddenly the entire cast becomes a mouthpiece for actually this is fine.
Oh no!
Yeah.
See, Butcher's been clever here, all right?
Clever.
Not with Sophie, but no, they've been convenient. They convenient like a 1-year time skip, so they can place Aachen in like the end of high school for whatever stupid stuff they do at the end of Divines. They're like, it's all right. Aachen is graduating from high school. We've learned our lesson finally. They've known each other for years, but it's fine. He's out of high school. This is the excuse we're gonna have to run with in like a few months from now.
Don't you dare put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
They may have known each other since they were like in a summer camp together. But Aachen is out of high school finally.
Oh, your shit about that fucking summer camp ever again. I love collective amnesia.
Why was Mikado even there?
I don't know. Like, and
she still thinks she's on the team.
Just really did that, and it's like, well, at least Masanori ain't here. God damn it! Like, what the?
God.
Like, convenience is just the name of their game, ain't it? It's like, if we can just find a convenient way to explain all of this in one go, we're good. And it's like, oh boy.
Well, I mean, they're going with the convenience excuse of, no, actually, Kagetsu was being incredibly serious the entire time, and he's actually working for the villain so he can give people some cards, because next season's going to be silly about it. I hate Kagetsu so much.
Damn, why?
Like, he's a cool mentor character up until you realize, oh, he's just next season bait, isn't he? And then it just keeps getting more and more apparent. Like, all right, I get it. He's the main villain second in command. Cool, great. Move on to the next season already.
like, all right, it's like, all right, bro, we're done here. Like, we do not care. Move on.
Potential man in a conga line of potential men.
I mean, it's nowhere near as potential, man, as the Ultimate Fight TM.
Jesus.
You know that thing they have to keep bringing up once a season without actually telling us what it is?
That would spoil the surprise.
Only for Michiru to go, I get it now. I wasn't part of the Ultimate Fight. Akina was. Silly me. He's the real Vanguard Jesus.
Like,
just can we get to the fight?
no, we have to see what the setup is, right? It's like, all right, what is so important to this goddamn fight that we had to devolve all this, like
Oh, judging by the name of the next season, Akina has to save the multiverse. Truly the ultimate fight.
I'm just like, all right, what could y'all possibly do? I'm like,
Cameos from other Vanguard series that's part of the remaining slots in the tournament.
We get the fucking, oh my god, we get the fucking DI guy from the Cardfight Club that was cognizant of the parallel timelines in If.
I mean, they did kind of drop Amon in Skyride. They could totally just change his Vanguard for it.
oh my god,
I mean, is it mostly FCAS cognizant of like the multiverse at this point?
In Skyride probably, because that's kind of what they're doing, but it's like, oh my god, no.
For the next season, our main trio of Akina, Nao, and Mikoto must face off against Kagetsu and Evil Gabrielius and various warriors from across the multiverse in order to save everyone.
Sick, I was waiting for my Akina versus Zero rematch. And then we just have to pretend in a divine season, like, yeah, you read that manga. And if you didn't, go fuck yourself.
You didn't. Oh god,
It's going to be a 15th anniversary crossover season.
I was like, this is how they do encounters. Like, this is why we didn't get a stride. This is why we didn't do a stride deck set for this year's, because it's gonna be a bonanza next year.
You see, Akina, you might be the miracle man of your universe, but I, Shion, am my own miracle man. And he whips out a new sword.
Yeah, this is kind of fucked up and twisted, and it would make, well, I don't know that sense is necessarily something we'd have to be concerned about at this point, frankly. But like, if we're pulling from that far across the franchise, fuck it, no ball, throw Akina into fucking Tatsuya from the Shinamon stuff so I can get my Rezile versus Malkuth beat down. You give me a Malkuth encounter, I'll love you forever. You can do no wrong at that point. Burn the franchise to the ground.
We don't even get Chrono as a cameo. It's actually the Chrono from that hypothetical future he makes it to Crane. He's like 60 years old or whatever. It's just some old red-haired guy in a robe with a mechanical arm. It's like, oh.
I too have watched Kamen Rider Decade. It's like, y'all ain't even the same characters. Yo, it's like, yeah, we're from.
I have no qualms that they're not going to do something dumb next season for the 15th anniversary.
Well, I'm guaranteed they're gonna do it.
Like, it will be half Divine's cast, half crossover.
All of the characters are original, but they pull a Team Blast a la Skyride and just have a chunk of them use encounters. This is how we get Chaos Breaker in Standard.
You know, I would kind of love the crash of seeing CBD in another format. Bring it on.
What I'm saying.
Like, man. It's nah.
I want to see blood on the timeline.
It's like you see that requires getting older VAs that probably are much more expensive now. So instead, what we're gonna do is like we're gonna get VAs. We're gonna get characters from VAs right there. So who's ready for your one only chance to get Star Road Oscar ever animated in some form of capacity? Featuring that one manga where the dude was playing Blazing Flare with guns.
There's so many dumb things they can do.
Like, I will take dumb fun that's like that wants to be a celebration on the entire universe of Vanguard's
But
history.
it might actually be the final season of Divines. For real this time.
I mean, at that point, they really would have jumped the shark. Like, there's no other where you can go from doing multiverse, then you just got to start from the beginning again. It's like, oh
Like,
man,
you just cover like the name of the series. It's like, what do you mean by the parallel clash?
And it's also unfortunate that you talked about Erica getting iced or something next season, considering the lore said, oh, by the way, Leo Dracona's just been missing for months now.
Just up and disappeared. Oh, sorry.
Huh? What do you mean for months now?
Like, I kind of like the idea that it's just Gab Wellies as the main villain. It's like, let me just fix what the other Gab did and whoop, just blinks you out of the timeline.
There's just a Gab Wellies is just finally, all right, I gotta fix all this shit.
No more time paradoxes.
It's like it's so funny how the show, the literal personifications of time and space, didn't even try this with its own show. All right, well, I think that is all we can talk about.
Yeah,
because we're now 8 hours into the full recording.
Good luck with the VOD.
Oh god.
Yeah, this thing's getting cut up. I'm sorry. I have to not only upload this into 2 channels, I'm cooked.
How did this happen?
Well, you see, the Gundam segment happened.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
if you don't know
fair.
what that means, go watch the full podcast. It will not be 8 hours, but you will definitely understand when you see it. On that, final thoughts on the season after this retrospective.
I sure wish this was the final season of Divines.
I sure wish this was the final season of Divines.
If only this were the final season.
Well,
we're gonna be back here like 3 months from 6 months from now and just be like, guys, this somehow still wasn't the final season of Divines.
there oh, there was a world where I was like, huh, maybe they learned their lesson and they thought that maybe the dress characters overstayed their welcome a little too long, and that's why we're like, oh, Divines is gonna be one season shorter than the dress like season was. Uh, mm, mm.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
And now there's a chance it might actually go on longer than the dress seasons.
I mean,
Oh,
is probably made Bushra more money than any of the dress seasons. So
They're going to keep coming with new names for Clash. Is it just keep throwing Akina through the ringer?
you know what? Here's my guess for next season. They're going to try and pull like the bullshit they did at the near end of MK11 story mode, and be like some sort of, this has happened before. Me and Erica fought countless times, or me and somebody fought countless times, each time over and over again. There's gotta be a way to prevent it this time.
So what? We're going to get like Chronomancer God or whatever, like Akina's just going to reset Divines? Like, I've given Swoa a happy family life.
I'd say okay.
Erica has 3 siblings.
I'd say, oh, I guess this is what Bushiroad got out of the Shadowverse deal. They got the Feast of Wolves.
Next season's going to be Cardfight Vanguard Divinez 1. A complete remake of Divines, but everything is slightly different.
I can't wake up.
That point, just give me a full fucking Erica prequel from her own timeline.
It's like, man, it sure is nice that we're back in the Destin Clash, in the Destin Showdown. Wait, why is Resident Dark States?
The Destined Clash, oh god.
And somehow Zoxa's part of the 6 members.
Oh my god.
All right, we are done here. You know, thank you so much for tuning in. Where can they find you guys?
Yeah. They can find me on Twitch at Zeta Zephyr VT, Twitter at Zeta Zephyr VT, and every other online card game at Zeta Zephyr VT, and in your Fortnite games at Zeta Zephyr VT. Always marketing.
Okay.
You can find me at ZR Gaming on Blue Sky and ZRV Gaming on Twitch if I ever work up the motivation to hit go live again. I definitely didn't have to definitely didn't have to use the links from the title for Zeta's end of the stream just to find all of my socials because I couldn't remember them and my phone's on the other end of the room. And I think that's all of them. I'm also on YouTube, but I'll figure that out when I have uploaded something that isn't 8 months old.
Fair.
Oh. Small note. Jindo joined the Eclipse Sound team.
Oh.
He is known for being a composer on most of the Trails games.
Nice.
All right. Well, You can find me on twitch.tv/rfsex whenever I also get the care to stream. You can also find me on Twitter on RedFangZex, on Blue Sky on Zexwing, and then also on the YouTube channel, which will be, I mean, all be in the description, but whew, I'm sorry. I think I've run out of gas too.
Yeah.
I get it.
But yeah, you can find the channel on Zexwing TCG. I also this is also part of the Out of Pocket. Yeah, I'm out. The Out of Pocket podcast.
Yo.
All socials will also be in the description. Thank you so much for tuning in. And we will see you in about
Next time.
5 months. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, well,
Who
good night,
knows?
everybody. Or good morning in our case.
Good
Night.
morning.